Hello and welcome to ICC Academy here in Dubai. News from the middle is that Scotland have won the toss and have elected to bowl. About 20 minutes away from the start here, you see the USA team unchanged, having won 3 from 3 so far here in this ICC Cricket World Cup League 2, the third series of this league, taking part here in the UAE. As for Scotland, meanwhile, there's one change to their side that lost to USA in Sharjah just a few days ago. Joshua Davey comes in place of all-rounder Dylan Budge for Scotland. We are 20 minutes away from the start. Here in a lovely morning, ICC Academy in Dubai, for what is the 5th of 6 ODIs of this tri-series between host UAE, USA and Scotland. Here's how things look so far. The USA 3 from 3 have been superb, beating the UAE twice and Scotland as well. And both Scotland and UAE have lost to the US, the UAE twice, and they also shared no result from a washout in Sharjah. Welcome to the ICC Academy here in Dubai for what is the 5th of 6 ODIs of this tri-series between host UAE, USA and Scotland. Make up the third leg of the reformed ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. My name is Barney Reid and I'll be anchoring the commentary once again today as Scotland take on the USA. News from the middle, if you're just joining us, is that Scotland won the toss and put the USA into bat here on what is a lovely morning in Dubai. USA so far free from free and really strengthened their grip on the summit of League 2. Now 5 points clear of Scotland in second and 6 clear of Namibia and Oman on 6 points, while UAE are 5th with 1 point courtesy of the washout against Scotland in Sharjah just a few days ago. Papua New Guinea sits 6th at the moment, 8 losses from 8 matches, while Nepal are yet to feature just yet as these sides look to make their way to the 2023 ICC Cricket World Cup in India over the course of the next 3 years of this qualification. Sufyan Sharif who starts us off. And the USA are off the mark first ball. It's that familiar pair of Xavier Marshall and Monak Patel who open the batting for the US. And they are unchanged after 3 wins from 3. While Scotland just the 1 change today. Joshua Davey coming in for Dylan Budge. See that ball climb on Xavier Marshall. I have the pleasure of being joined by Peter Delapenna from ESPN Cricinfo. A very good morning to you, Peter.
Beautiful sunny morning, Barney, here at the Academy. For anybody who's confounded by the decision to chase by Scotland. It's more a case of the modern trend of knowing what you need to get on this kind of pitch, because it's not really going to change over the course of the day. It's not anticipated to change anyway, especially in these kind of conditions. You'd like to know what you need to get and at what pace you need to do it. Even though Scotland stumbled in Sharjah against USA late in that chase, they're backing themselves to set a defendable total here today.
Yeah, just a reminder, these two sides met on Monday in Sharjah, USA by 35 runs. They did very well to claw themselves back into that game.
Even though they posted 282, it was really the bowlers who won that match. Cameron Stevenson with a huge spell at the end, 3 wickets. Rusty Turan, 3 wickets. Ian Holland, a very unsung spell of 2 wickets. The middle overs really dragged USA back into the match at a stage where Scotland were really cruising for the majority of the chase. And it was Ian Holland getting the wicket of Richie Barrington. Started to change the momentum a bit. And then Cameron Stevenson, the huge wicket of Cal McLeod.
Punch through the offside. And that'll run away for 4. Fantastic shot from Xavier Marshall. Short, given some width by Sharif, and he latched onto it very quickly.
Beautifully elegant back foot punch by the X-Man. He looked in such good touch the other day on this ground before he was dismissed by a slower ball. But already in the first over looking rock solid.
Yeah, and the USA finished that first over 6 without loss. The Scotland scorer, George, was listening in the other day, came over earlier and said, "You put the mockers on Xavier Marshall," by saying how great a nick he was looking the other day. See Monak Patel on strike for the first time this morning.
I can't win, Barney. I get people giving me a hard time for giving Xavier a hard time, and I try and pay him a compliment, say he's in positive nick, and then it's my fault. I've got him out. George is a legend in Scotland. Constant presence around the world. Home games, on the road.
And gone. It's carried. Second slip. Joshua Davey coming to the side today for Dylan Budge. And he strikes with his second ball. Monak Patel driving outside off stump. And nicks off the second slip. Very good catch low down.
Cal McLeod, I thought for a moment it might have short hopped him, but Monak walked immediately, so it clearly carried from his perspective. And McLeod, one of Scotland's best catching fielders in the power play, he's always in the slips. And later in the match, he's usually stationed at long on, long off. But there, just that probing channel, that's what Scotland was really missing at times in that first encounter against USA. And Davey's such an experienced campaigner with Somerset. Just signed a new contract extension with them. And second ball, just getting in that channel. Again, he's almost a similar style bowler in some ways to Saurabh Netravalkar for the USA fans who are possibly seeing him for the first time. He's not express pace, bowls in the high 70s, but just very consistent line and length. Some people remember a bit further back, he was Scotland's leading wicket taker in the 2015 World Cup. And it wasn't because he was bowling express ripping the stumps out, just very, very consistent, attacking that fourth stump channel. And Monak couldn't get the feet going early enough. And ever since that knock and charge where he looked like he was possibly going to get a century against Scotland, he's had now a couple of low scores here at the Academy. So I don't think he'll miss leaving this venue. Barney, as Stephen Taylor comes to the middle.
Yeah, superb start from Joshua Davey. Surprised at all that he didn't feature in the first game for Scotland?
I was, just from the standpoint that he's had a lot of success here over the years in the UAE. A couple of years ago, he had a 6-fer. I believe it was against Afghanistan. He was either against Afghanistan or the UAE at a 6-wicket haul here in Dubai. And he's somebody who has experience in these conditions, and as somebody who's an experienced county campaigner, you wonder what's the point of bringing him on a tour like this if he's not going to be playing in the 11 every match. And so I was slightly caught off guard that he was out of the 11, but for team balance, he wanted that extra batsman in Dylan Budge, who in some ways he could consider himself hard done by not playing today, because he looked pretty good, got an excellent start. He wasn't able to carry on. church wrong pew.
Taylor flicks into the leg side. For those who didn't see the first game here at the ICC Academy just the other days, big boundary square of the wicket. Something to keep an eye on. Plenty of runs out there, but some big hits required if they want to find the fence square of the wicket.
Slightly changed the dimensions today. It's a different pitch they're playing on. So the other day it was 80 meters to the east side. Today it's 71. And it's 74 to the west, whereas it was 65 the other day. So more or less even boundaries square the wicket. It's still big boundaries square the wicket. And then straight, it's a 74-meter hit. So for a quote-quote academy ground, it takes a big whack to clear the rope here.
Very well bowled from Sharif. See that extra lift that you get here at the ICC Academy? Stark contrast to Sharjah where it's slow and low. And that's carried very nicely through the cross behind the stumps.
Matthew Cross's mom, what do we say, mum in Scotland, has made the trip here to the UAE. She's sitting out in the boundary, taking in the action. Scotland generally does get a few supporters who come on tour. And she's made the trip today down to the academy.
Yeah, mum's the word. There's a few Scotland fans here, as you say, Peter, coming in this morning.
Jim McClyman is also out there in his Scotland jersey, a regular around the world. I was chatting with him yesterday. I was there at the 2015 World Cup in New Zealand. I saw him in Oman back in February when they had the quad series with Ireland and the Netherlands and Oman. And caught up with him yesterday. Went out to see the boardwalk at the Burj Khalifa. Saw the fountain show.
Was he impressed? Did he enjoy it?
Aye. In the words of Jim. Or word to be precise. Jim is very excited to head to the USA in March when USA will be hosting Scotland. He's got another trip lined up to Namibia when Scotland goes to Namibia for that round of the World Cricket League 2 competition. Cricket World Cup League 2. Got to get my branding right, Barney.
Indeed, the road to India, 2023 ICC Cricket World Cup.
Speaking of superfans, Scotland has their crew. USA, Phil Maelke, the #1 superfan for USA, got on a plane out of Cleveland, Ohio. We need to build up the media box, build up the fan spectator section. America is counting on Cleveland.
And the USA have been superb so far, picking up 3 wins out of 3. Has their form here surprised you at all? Is it something you expected them to come here and really put a marker down?
I think it's at times hard to judge when they come out of something like the Super 50 because USA fans in the very passionate social media groups get a bit frustrated when they see the record that they have in that event, 2 wins, 6 losses, without at times recognizing the fact that that's a big step up in class, playing in a first-class List A setup like that, and coming back to play the likes of Scotland and the UAE, who still are very reasonably competitive teams, but you have to be realistic and say it is coming back down one step lower in class. So when you get that exposure in the Super 50, coming back, it will be a bit easier.
Taylor pulls and he's hit on the helmet there.
Josh Davey, not somebody you expect to be bumping most batsmen, especially not Stephen Taylor, who's got quite a bit of first-class experience with Jamaica. Just the timing off there. Surprised that umpires haven't mandated the physio to come out. Has been the case recently. And even though Stephen Taylor hardly looked rattled there, we saw it throughout the T20 qualifier. Anytime somebody gets hit in the helmet, physio is asked to come out by the umpires, even if it was just to do a cursory check. Not happening on that occasion, but Taylor looks okay to continue.
Yeah, it's a very good bouncer. I said, Peter, you don't expect it from Josh Davey, but it's on to Taylor quickly. 12 for 1 after 4 overs. Sharif will continue. Xavier Marshall on strike. It's very well bowled and well left in the end. Must have been close to that off stump. Sharif, his hands on his head, suggests it was very close. It would have, sorry, Pete. It would have been very good preparation in the end for the USA. 50 over cricket. A lot of, well, the other sides haven't had as much exposure to 50 over cricket recently.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of making sure they learn lessons on the tour. It's one thing to go to a place like that and get overwhelmed and have your confidence dented. In other ways, you can get your confidence elevated in spite of the losses by knowing that you were competitive. And on that tour, USA was very, very competitive in basically 6 out of the 8 matches. You could argue 7 out of the 8 matches if you're being more optimistic. As a no ball is called there on the previous delivery. So an overstep by Sharif. It's going to be a free hit coming up for the X-Man. The X-Man looking good again early here. Already on to 11. And yeah, just on that broad point, in spite of the losses, they were very, very competitive. So just the ability to know you're in those matches, you were in the winning positions, even though they couldn't capitalize on them. The fact that they were as competitive as they were when they come back to face teams like this they know that once they get in those winning positions, they can advance and capitalize on them and learn from those lessons to know what to do. And it's what they did against Scotland in Sharjah. That kind of position on the Super 50 Tour was a match that they had lost, yet they were able to make the adjustments in the field, keep their composure, and come out on top. That's the evidence of the value of that kind of tour paying off in the long run.
Yeah, and they've looked brilliant so far. Srebnetravalka, the star with the ball. And Aaron Jones churning out the runs in that middle order as well. Very encouraging from the US on this tour so far.
The only blemish on this tour is that injury to Kareem Agor, out of the lineup again today. That right hamstring injury. Otherwise, there's been plenty of positives. And not just in the win-loss column.
Yeah, the new faces impressing as well. Cameron Stevenson, very good with the ball. Ian Holland had that star turn against Scotland, both with the bat and the ball. Very encouraging. So we see the scorecard there, the 1 wicket to fall so far. Monak Patel edging off to second slip. Joshua Davey, the man that picked up the wicket, he'll continue. So he has a full start.
USA unchanged again today with that Kareem Agor injury in Sharjah. Means Nisark Patel keeps his place deservedly. Scored 40, a very key 40, coming in at number 7. Second top scorer in that win over UAE a couple days ago. Aaron Jones made 46.
Taylor tucking into leg side. Another thing the USA have done very well on this tour is between the wickets. It's been exemplary.
And that was one of the bigger lessons they learned coming out of Trinidad. Basically, the first 6 games of that tour, you could say even the first 7 games of that tour, they're running between the wickets, especially from the non-strikers. And I made this point a lot during those matches, was that the non-striker looked so disinterested and disengaged. And it's so incumbent upon the non-striker to be running hard for the striker. So many times the striker wanted to set off and was so aggressive, wanting to look for a single, and the non-striker just wasn't giving any support. And that's been a huge difference on this tour. Starting with that final game in Trinidad against Guyana and continuing on here. If you're looking at the non-striker, typically they're a lot more engaged, a lot more clued in to supporting their partner at the striker's end. Make sure those tight singles, those tip and run singles, like we've seen so far on this over, just tuck into the leg side, are being run. and getting a good start so that you can turn those ones into twos. Wasn't happening for the majority of that tour in Trinidad. And then it started to click in that last match. It was a very key sequence with Rusty Turan at the non-striker's end and Ian Holland at the crease when Ian Holland made his 59 off 37 balls. And Rusty Turan was there for the last 3 overs. On the scorecard, it only showed he had 3 not out off 3 balls, but he ran 6 twos from the non-strikers in for Ian Holland to keep him on strike and keep him in rhythm.
Very tight single there. And it'll be overthrows to get through for a second.
And this is what happens when you put pressure on the field. These are the things that we saw a couple days ago against the UAE as well. There were 3 occasions when UAE committed overthrows just from pressure that was being put on by Aaron Jones and Akshay Homraj. And here again, this is something that's a progression for USA that they weren't doing. They were a bit tentative. And you can create extra runs, get into the minds of the fielders. And it's those subtle 1%ers that were the big difference in that very tight win over Guyana to end that tour, and things that they've been doing so well against Scotland in the first match in Sharjah and against the UAE in both matches that they recorded wins. And over the course of 50 overs, that accumulates. You do that once every 2 or 3 overs. That's another 17, 18 runs by the end of an innings. Bit sloppy there from Mark Watt. Again, another misfield. Allows another run from Marshall. USA 23 for 1 and 6.
Yeah, such an important part of the game. Running between the wickets, especially out here in the UAE. On big pitches. You see in Sharjah the slower tracks as well. Putting pressure on the field. During what you see here quite often is big lulls and slower periods of the game in the middle overs. The USA have been very impressive with their running between the wickets. They made a solid start here, if not overly remarkable. They'll be pleased though.
Well, even though the boundaries aren't coming, only 2 so far, both by Marshall. 1 through cover in the first over, and then that free hit that was whacked through square leg in the 5th. In this kind of situation, again, in Trinidad, talking about lessons learned, they would have been bogged down. They weren't rotating the strike at all. And through 6 overs, they would have been 12, 13, 14 for 1 instead of 23 for 1. So even though they're not getting the boundaries, they're doing a much better, efficient job rotating the strike here, not allowing that pressure to build up. And again, that's another kind of single right there by Xavier Marshall that they would have been very reluctant to take. It's a clear single. Looks so obvious and straightforward, splitting the gap between mid-on and mid-off. But that's one that they would have hesitated for just a couple of weeks ago. So they're in a much more positive, aggressive frame of mind, which is a good thing to see if you're a USA fan. Slight change in the field here for Scotland as Munsey comes out of the slips and goes basically to a wide gully position.
Taylor leaves well outside off stump. Very well bowled from Sharif. Great lines. It's an interesting point you make about the positivity of this USA side. You mentioned on commentary in the opener against the UAE that Captain Saurabh Netravalkar is cutting a more attacking figure as a captain, and they have been very positive, the USA, both in the field and with the bat. A great deal of intent about the way they're going about their business.
they're thinking a lot more. It's part of it. They're playing a lot more intelligently, recognizing you've got all these gaps in the field that you can take advantage of on the batting side. Utilize those big square boundaries to run the twos, play with a bit more touch. And on the bowling side, part of the transformation with Saurav Netravalkar's captaincy, again, he seems to be thinking a bit more about the situations. Very early on in his captaincy, when he first took over in 2018, it was very mechanical. Power play ends, 4 fielders out. Automatic. Doesn't matter if they're in a situation like UAE was the other day where they're 32 for 5. 11th over comes, I'm pushing everybody out.
Lovely shot from Xavier Marshall. Pierce's point.
Again, he looks an excellent touch today. Firm back foot punch, splitting the gap past Richie Barrington at point. There was a match in Namibia, World Cricket League Division 2, in fact, where USA was ripping through Papua New Guinea. Ali Khan had taken 3 wickets in an opening spell. Kareem McGore was bowling very, very well, took a chunk of wickets. And they had Papua New Guinea, I think, 90 for 8 at one point. Eventually bowled them out for, I think, 132 or 135. And yet, despite being 90 for 8, there were 4 guys out on the boundary. And people were wondering, like, do you understand? You realize you're in such a overwhelmingly favorable position. You can keep your slips and you can keep attacking. But he was in that mode where it was, no, this is what you do. Power play ends, you put everybody out. And there's a drastic contrast with how he's been approaching things on this tour. Like we said, in that situation against the UAE, 32 for 5, they kept Stephen Taylor in the slips, and it led to that fantastic catch we saw off the bowling of Cameron Stevenson, where maybe 6 months ago, that wouldn't have been possible because Stephen Taylor would never have been in the slips. There wouldn't have been that recognition that you're in a very aggressive position defending the target that USA had set, where you can afford to keep catching fielders in. And also because UAE is not playing shots to force the field out. That was the other element to it. It wasn't so much also the scorecard position, just the pure recognition of if they've not driven you over the top or they've not cut you through the offside to force a sweeper to be put into place, you don't need to put one out there for the sake of it just because the power play's over. Make them play a shot to force you to change the field. And he's become a much more alert captain to those kind of things, not just doing the rote captaincy maneuvers. He's captaining based on the match situation, and it's resulted in a much more dominant USA.
Taylor drives brilliantly through extra cover. They might have to run them, though. It just goes over the rope. It's a lovely shot through cover from Stephen Taylor. Just slightly over-pitched. And he's allowed to free his hands. It's Alistair Evans who's come into the attack for Scotland. Replacing Joshua Davey. He comes round the wicket now. Good Yorker and well dug out from Taylor.
Taylor with that drive. Now starting to look ominous. 11 off his 16 balls.
Yeah, it's a glorious drive. it's been very noticeable that Netravalka has been very positive, as I said, in those overs where he can have more men out. It's looked to be positive, keep men in the slips. And I'm glad you mentioned that Stephen Taylor catch. It was an absolute stunner. Flying to his left.
And what made it even more sensational was the fact that it really should have been actually Homeraj's catch. It was to the right of the keeper. Taylor had to leap left towards the keeper, Homeraj. And in that kind of situation, the slip fielder, more often than not, is expecting the wicketkeeper to go for that. And as a consequence of that, the slip fielder may have a late reaction, lose that crucial 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second. Taylor didn't hesitate, went for it straight away.
Xavier Marshall, a lovely drive through cover for 4. Again, Alistair Evans just over pitches, and it's punished in glorious fashion from Xavier Marshall.
The X-Man red hot so far in his innings. In the slot. Got the width. Punished through the covers. Red hot. As red as his dyed hair. Getting a quick drink in between overs here. A toasty morning. Here at Dubai Sports City.
Yep, you can't miss Marshall, can you? Bright red hair. And that was a very fluid drive.
3-4 so far in his innings. And since that free hit, that really has sparked him on to get into rhythm. He was on 7 off of 15 balls. And in those first 15 balls, he'd only scored off 3 of those 15 deliveries. But since that free hit, he's now scored off 7 of the next 15 balls. And he's scored basically at a run a ball in that sequence as well. 15 off of his next 15 deliveries. So now that he's got settled, dare I say, Barney, he looks set for a big one again today. Just needs to carry on now.
Joshua Davey changing ends, replacing Sharif. Now, you spoke similarly about Xavier Marshall the other day, but he did look in great nick. And he's carried on here. Very fluid. Taylor looking for 2. Another good bit of running from the USA. The key to that is they've committed very early.
Again, that's another shot that would have been a long one on the last tour. And right away, running hard, not just Taylor, but Marshall from the non-strikers end. And it's 74-yard boundary to this side. Mark Watt fielding about 10 yards in. And in spite of the fact that Watt is fielding 10 yards in from the rope 2 times in a row now, he can't deny that second run. It's a lot of distance to cover on that leg side boundary. 2 times in a row now. Taylor has placed it very, very well, splitting Watt at deep square leg and Hamza Tahir at short fine leg in the ring. Giving the Scotland fielders a good workout. Another change in the field. George Munsey comes into short mid-wicket. Just in case Taylor flicks the ball a touch Too wide.
And he beats Munsey in at short mid-wicket, gets a single. We haven't yet seen Taylor at his explosive best. Is today the day?
Oh, if he's not doing it in the power play, I don't think he's going to do it outside the power play. He's gone from thinking and believing that he's USA's Chris Gale into thinking and believing he's USA's Simon Kadich. Nudging and nerdling.
That was in the air for a long time. The beats point. It's a young lad here. There's a lot of coaching going on today at ICC Academy. Young lad thinking it's Ross Taylor at the crease. We can assure him it's Stephen Taylor. He's very excited though, wasn't he? Telling his dad that Ross Taylor's at the crease.
Ross Taylor and Stephen Taylor were teammates. Jamaica Tall was 2 years ago.
Lovely segue.
It would have been one of the few times in either one of their careers they would have had to put a first name initial on the back of the jersey to distinguish the two. Ross Taylor and R. Taylor.
Taylor, the last time he was here earlier in the year, playing against UAE in the T20 series, looked a franchise player at that point in time. Very powerful hitter of the ball. He pulls into the leg side. Be two again. No, it won't. It's very good fielding.
Michael Jones with a half century against USA. Outstanding work there. Hustling to deny that second run inside the ring. Stephen Taylor got the physique, got the talent, all the raw attributes that you would expect a 20 hitter to attract franchise scouts and bidders. But unfortunately, he's not a part of the franchise scene anymore from a personal standpoint. And people are wondering why somebody with his skill set is no longer part of the franchise cricket team. All you have to do is take a look at his dismissal the other day. In spite of all of his talent, sometimes his mind just wanders. And that sometimes has been a bit more often than I think franchise coaches are able to tolerate. He's been able to get away with it in his USA career. Something we were talking about. Camera. CricClubs correspondent. He's never faced any pressure behind him in the USA lineup in his career. There's no threat of being dropped.
Oh. Xavier Marshall edges just past first slip and runs away for 4. It's a lovely delivery from Alistair Evans.
Almost identical to the way Monarch Patel got out. And Cal McLeod thought he was in there with a chance. He's in that fourth stump channel. Had Xavier Marshall defending. Excellent delivery, squared him up. But that positive approach from USA is remove that second slip.
Marshall, no mistake about that, goes down the track, hits superbly straight for 4. Used his feet very well there. It's coming down the pitch.
After the previous delivery, he's decided he's not going to let Evans bowl to him. He's going to be the one that dictates terms. Disrupts the length, comes down. Very firm drive. And USA with their best power play in a very, very long time. 53 for 1 after 10 overs. Best they had in Trinidad. 50 for Trinidad and Tobago. And this time 53 for 1. It's not often USA's past 50 in the power play recent times. So a fantastic start for them. Marshall leading the way. 5 boundaries so far in his 31 off 35 balls. Stephen Taylor, 1 boundary so far, but scoring at a very efficient rate. 18 off 24 balls. Going back to the point about Taylor. Placed the shot like he did against UAE the other day. To loose prod to long on. Just out of the power play. That's the kind of shot that got them dropped from the Jamaica Tallahs and dropped from the Guyanese on the Warriors. Because those coaches and those franchise setters weren't tolerating it. And rightfully so. And when you've got so many options to choose from in franchise cricket, if somebody gets out in that kind of fashion, playing very casually, say, alright, take a seat, think about how you got out, and maybe we'll give you a chance later down the road. In the USA, he's never, ever, ever once faced consequences for playing that kind of shot. And that is far from the first time that Stephen Taylor has played that kind of shot for USA. And yet there was never any doubt he was going to be batting at number 3 again today. Because there's just no pressure behind him. Within the USA broader squad, Sagar Patel struggled on the last tour in the Super 50. There was no sense that Sagar Patel was challenging Stephen Taylor for his spot in the 11. And he's rarely had anybody over the course of time to put pressure on him. And until that happens, you're going to see him continue to play at times in a very casual fashion. To the detriment of himself and the team. His average has dipped from 30 a couple of years ago. I was looking at the stats now. In 69 innings for USA, his average is now dipped below 26. He's gone down 4 average points. He hasn't scored a century in now 3 years for USA. And he's not produced many 50-plus scores either. And if his average was continuing to trend downwards like that, in a different setup, you might have somebody challenging him for his spot in the lineup. It's not happening with USA. And that's something that USA needs to work on just to produce a bit more healthy internal competition. It's something that, if there is a national tournament, which USA hasn't had since 2015, a national domestic tournament, you might see players emerge through regional squads and a national event to put more healthy competition, to challenge players for their position, and to keep the guys in the national team on their toes. Everybody's trying to elevate their standards. And it just raises the talent level, raises the ability of the selectors to have more squad depth to choose from. Good work there by Hamza Tahir. Looks like he misread it off the bat and initially. Thought it was going to go for 4, but he recovered well to keep that to 2. 56 for 1 after 11. Just to wrap up the point, if there was that enhanced competition internally, and it came to a point where Stephen Taylor was under enough pressure that if he plays a shot like that, he does get dropped, it might be the wake-up call he needs to make him realize he's not untouchable in the USA squad. He's gotten that wake-up call in franchise cricket. He's not gotten that wake-up call yet in American cricket to let him know you're not untouchable. There are consequences. And even if it means just being dropped literally for one game, not an extended run, but just for one match, it might give him that wake-up call to realize he's got to be a bit more judicious in his shot selection. There's nothing wrong with playing that kind of shot if the field is up, or if you're really trying to go big and swing for 6. He didn't look like he was doing either in that situation.
Very well bowled. Beats Taylor's outside edge. Yeah, it's a dismissal of the bowling of Rohan Mustafa. It's a couple of days ago. He neither went full swing and looking to go over the man at long on, it's Mohammed Usman who took the catch in the end, nor did he just punch it down the ground, along the ground for 1, sorry, with the man out there.
I mean, if Nisarg Patel played that shot on 10, he would have been dropped. There's a very good chance you would have seen Elmore Hutchinson come into the lineup today, or Timil Patel. As much for their batting depth as their bowling options. But somebody else, if they play that shot, would have faced consequences. If Sagar Patel played that shot, he would have been dropped. Stephen Taylor plays that shot and there's no consequences. In the midst of my Stephen Taylor ramble, 50 partnership up between these two. There's a point I was harping on again the other day. His inability to build partnerships is centered around his inability to rotate the strike. Well, guess what? Today, he's getting those 2s. He's getting those singles going. And voila! He's got a half-century stand with Xavier Marshall. Makes a big difference.
Yeah, they've been superb so far, these two. Xavier Marshall, 33 not out. Taylor on 20. Just that wicket of Monank Patel to fall so far. I think it's a situation that a lot of associate cricket fans will recognise. Xavier Marshall clips that off his legs. Sharif does well to come round and cut it off. For a minute, Mark Waters' square leg just watched it go past him. Didn't think he had anything to do, and very quickly realised that might have had a chase on himself. Yeah, I think associate cricket fans will recognise those situations where the talent pools aren't the biggest. And you see players sometimes not put under the internal pressure required, as Peter says, to keep them on their toes, keep them playing at their best. Taylor pulls, and pulls very fine, and gets 4. Not quite where he intended.
Getting hustled there by Evans, but still able to get enough bat on that. Get it fine. He was trying to go a bit square. Actually a bit fortunate to get it as fine as he did, because there's that deep final leg out in place. Got it quite fine. Beat the keeper, go to the boundary. So another solid over for USA 8 from it, 64 for 1. And from here, another 280-plus score looks on the cards for USA against Scotland.
Have a brief pause here. Peter has his binoculars out, inspecting the scene.
There's something being done to Xavier Marshall's bat. There was a comical scene in Trinidad where he has these new bats designed, Xavier Marshall, and along the bat face edge, he had X-Man embossed on the edge, so if he turns the bat sideways on his edge, you could see the letters on the edge. The umpires didn't like that. It's part of that excessive branding, and so they stopped him after a couple overs and made him tape up the bat edges just to cover his name being written on the side of the bat. And it looked like some more work was being applied towards the top of his edges there. Could have been potentially the same thing. And if it was, I'm surprised they took until the 12th over to flag it. But yeah, some sort of repair work or adjustments made to Xavier Marshall's bat there.
We'll have a change of bowling. Be Mark Watt to come into the attack. Play such an important role for Scotland with the ball.
Again, to highlight the mode of play that USA is in, no slip in place for Mark Watt to start. It's a bit surprising. Left arm spinner turning the ball away from right-hander. You'd want him to get a bit more support, try and break the stand, but not so far. Just Richie Barrington in at a short extra cover. The catching position.
And what was excellent against the USA when these sides met for the first time in this tri-series. Took 4 for 42.
Got Stephen Taylor out first ball he bowled to him. So we'll see what happens And they match up right again now. Barrington moves a bit straighter. Was it short extra cover for Marshall? Now he's kind of at a short mid-on.
What races through that first over. Gone for just one. USA 65 for one after 13. These two have put on 59 so far for this second wicket. As we mentioned on commentary previously, Peter, it's so important, these partnerships. USA so far have been good in the middle order, especially building partnerships.
Now, if Aaron Jones can score all those runs when he's had to come in early under pressure, just imagine the kind of work Aaron Jones can do with this kind of platform.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Aaron Jones has hit 95 against the UAE, 74 against Scotland, 46 then against the UAE a couple of days ago. He's been in superb form, and he has had to come in a couple down for not too many and rebuilt. At the moment, he could come in with a very good platform. Might be able to have some fun should he get to the crease.
I think fun for Aaron Jones means running threes instead of twos, twos instead of ones. The fact that Xavier Marshall and Stephen Taylor have already worked at wearing down Scotland in this first hour play in the field, and when you get Aaron Jones to the crease, that intensity in the field and that pressure and that taxing effort in the field makes the Scotland field, or any opposition field, is wear down even more, and you can really, really ramp it up in terms of his aggression between the wickets.
Yeah, it's certainly not unbearably hot here in Dubai this morning, but it's warm enough that it will take a toll if you're chasing leather around the field for a few hours. Lovely drive through mid-on. It's well fielded.
Josh Davey again, saving at least a couple runs there. Getting down at mid-on. Now, I touched on this a couple days ago. It might have sounded funny to some people, but I honestly think not having Michael East here is making a difference to Scotland in the field. So quiet. He's somebody who brings an awful lot of intensity in the field, whether vocally or with his feet or with his arm. And at times in these two matches, it feels like they've missed a touch of that. Having somebody almost as a fielding captain to take the pressure off Kyle Kutzer and to support the captain Kutzer in terms of making sure everybody's keyed up in the field. Michael East is somebody who's fantastic at that. Not just to support his teammates, but to let the batsmen in the middle know that they need to be alert at all times. And it feels like Scotland is a little bit flat without him in the field.
Yeah, they've been remarkably quiet at times. I think the UAE have probably been the most vocal so far out of these three teams. Largely courtesy of Rohan Mustafa.
He can be in my team any day, Barney. He might be a nuisance to some of his teammates, but as long as he's a nuisance to the opposition as well, with his nonstop talk, that's all that matters.
Xavier Marshall goes over the top and all the way for 6. Mark Watt just over pitching. Xavier Marshall, superb drive, hitting through the line of the ball, clearing the rope.
Oh, the X-Man loves driving straight. You can see how confident he's feeling right now. Straight in the arms, was in the slot, full on that off stump. No hesitation. He's straight driving like he is right now, like he was the other day against the UAE. Just looks so dangerous. And now pulling out. Mark Watt agitated. Interesting contest going on between these two.
Yeah, he wasn't happy. Xavier Marshall within his rights to pull away. If he's not ready, or something's in his eye, or not quite sure what it was. But Mark Watt wasn't impressed. Having been dispatched over his head the ball before. It's a lovely shot. Xavier Marshall just freeing his arms through the line. You see, that's quicker. Strikes Stephen Taylor on the pads.
Now we're square on, but that looked awfully close. He was hit so full.
Another very well run single. The US. Yeah, that ball caught Stephen Taylor off guard. You don't really see Mark Watt fire them in like that too often. It's very quick. USA 74 for 1 at the end of 15. Xavier Marshall 45 not out. Stephen Taylor 25. You see the scorecard there. Just that one wicket to fall. Monank Patel caught by Callum McLeod superbly at second slip off the bowling of Josh Davey. Do you see those figures there? Just that solitary wicket for Joshua Davey so far. And it's been a superb start from USA. Who so far have 3 wins from their first 3 matches in this tri-series. This their last game today. As we see Hamza Tahir come into the attack. Slow left arm from both ends for Scotland. These two upon 68 so far, and a very good partnership, giving the USA a very good platform to build upon. Thank you to Peter Della Penna for joining us for those first 15 overs. Hamza Tahir beats Stephen Taylor outside the off stump. Ball just angling across. As Tahir comes round the wicket. They're looking for two. And again, it's very well run. Sharif does the fielding. Can't cut the two off. It's had to come a long way round. From cover to point. To cut that one off. Just the 3 runs from Tahir's first over. USA 77 for 1 after 16. As the players will have a quick drink. After drinks, USA 77 for 1 from 16 overs. Mark Watt will continue. Xavier Marshall 45 not out. And Stephen Taylor 28. The partnership worth 71. Great start from the USA. I'm joined by Paul Radley from the National newspaper here in the UAE.
Morning, Paddy. Is it still morning?
Yep, just about.
Yep. Excellent.
Got a little while. It's 11:15 local time. Very good start from USA. Impressive.
Very impressive. Just continues on from what they've been doing all series, really. Just impressing every day. Must say, I find it quite exciting, actually, for a new well, obviously they've been around for a while, but an emerging team in terms of their 11. Seeing a new side in cricket looking this promising against a very established associate team, one arguably the leading associate team in Scotland at the moment. Impressed, obviously, won in Sharjah the first game they had, and they made an impressive start here. It's really exciting to see for cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Xavier Marshall again taking his time.
Getting very frustrated with this.
Yeah, I saw it in the over previous. Mark Watt agitated,
Yeah,
to say the least.
I think Mark Watt might figure amongst those. That genre of spin bowlers who would have preferred to have been a fast bowler. Seems like quite an angry man occasionally, and we noticed it actually in the T20 World Cup qualifier. He gave a couple of quite pointed send-offs, actually. Not the first spinner to be like that, certainly.
Xavier Marshall batting without a lid. Might see Mark Watt bump him.
We've got recent form for that, haven't we, in this country? Case Ahmed doing it to, was it Andre Russell? Did not take kindly to it at all.
Yeah, Shane Watson as well.
Yeah, well, unsurprisingly, he didn't take too kindly to it. Generally consider Andre Russell to be quite a chilled chap. Perhaps not the same that goes for Shane Watson. Case Ahmed, yeah, seems like quite a easygoing chap, Afghan leg spinner. He really got into that game in the T10. Saw somebody wearing a helmetless, I should say. First thing he does is bump him.
Something very Shahid Afridi about it.
Yeah, very much so.
Seeing a leg spinner come in and bowl bouncers.
I don't think his one went through quite as quickly as Shahid Afridi's does. So from this position, Barney, 78 for 1 off 17. What do you think USA will be looking at?
.280, you'd think.
They made that, didn't they, in the first game? Around that, won by 30 odd. I think Scotland would be more confident chasing a score of around 280 on this wicket than in Sharjah. A little bit more pace to it. Bigger outfield, but pacey enough outfield. Short enough hit straight. It's a well set up game, really.
Yeah, we've had so far in this tri-series some very good games of cricket. Been very balanced, very even, very competitive.
Third team in the series. UAE practicing in the nets at sort of fine leg to Stephen Taylor here position. Or behind his bat, really.
Big appeal from Scotland. They're signalled a wide. And Matthew Cross, the wicketkeeper, can't believe it.
Matthew is cross.
See what you've done there.
Superb bit of work by him. If he's thinking they've got something on that, then you can see why he'd be frustrated, because it's brilliant work.
Yeah, it's Alistair Evans as well at fine leg. Hands on his heads.
He's not happy.
Sapor, very good piece of work.
He's extremely impressive, isn't he? Gloves and the bat as well.
Yeah, fine looking player.
Heartbeat of this team, you'd say.
They were adamant
He
that
very
there was something
confident.
on that.
Yep. It's the second time Scotland have gone for a one down the leg side like that in this innings. You felt the first one that they did, they were not overly confident and perhaps trying to get away with a leg side wide, whereas that one they were definitely keyed in and adamant that it was out.
Very well fielded by Joshua Davey to cut off the two. Davey in the side today in place of Dylan Budge.
Josh Davey rattled Stephen Taylor in the helmet earlier on. And Taylor seems very focused ever since that moment. A little bit loose up until that point. It's actually been a feature of this 79-run partnership, has been good judicious running between the wickets. A couple of times earlier on they looked a little indecisive, but since then been a feature of the stand.
End of the 19th over. USA 85 for 1. Very well set, courtesy of these two. Xavier Marshall and Stephen Taylor putting on 79 so far for this second wicket. What's been in the Paul Radley arsenal of reporting so far during this series?
Don't use that word around here, Barney.
A very keen Tottenham Hotspur fan. The look I just got. Something else. Taylor sweeps hard in front of square. He goes away for 4. Going over mid-wicket. Very firmly swept. Start Hamza Tahir's over. Very strong sweep. Any delights that people should be keeping an eye out for on the Nationals pages?
Just during this series, actually, tended to focus on a couple of the new young guys that the UAE team has got in the wake of recent troubles. They've called up a few new players. 17-year-old Vritia Aravind. He's had quite a storied series so far. Missed a psychology test for his psychology A-level to play in the first game against the United States. ODI debut, age 17, missing school to do it. And in the second game, same guy actually, got hit. Bouncer by Rusty Theron, USA fast bowler. Was treated on the field for a little while, passed a concussion test and whacked the next ball out of the ground for 6. So, yeah, he's been of interest. Story coming up tomorrow on another newcomer, Basil Hamid. And then perhaps focus on Zahor Khan, who's the third associate player in the draft for the IPL auction.
Xavier Marshall tucks into the leg side and brings up his half century. It's been a superb innings so far. His 50 coming off of 65 balls. In an excellent partnership with Stephen Taylor. Xavier Marshall, the other time he's passed 50, went on to score a century. It's against Canada, back when he was playing for the West Indies.
He's looked particularly keyed in, hasn't he, all the way through.
He's looked excellent today. Some superb work from these two. On 87 so far. USA 93 for 1 after 20 overs. Yeah, as you're saying, Paul, 3 associate players in the draft.
Yeah, Munsey, who's out there on the field at the moment, who has really caught the eye in the past year in particular. Past year to 18 months, I'd say. His game's gone into...
As Xavier Marshall tries to go over the top, but he picks out the fielder, and it's well caught in the end. Callum McLeod was up in the air for a long time. Xavier Marshall has done superb work to get to 50, and he's somewhat thrown it away here. Trying to launch over the top like he did a couple of overs ago, off of Mark Watt. But just top edges it. It's Callum McLeod running around and does some routine work in the end. It's the end of a good innings, but a disappointing end.
Mark Watt gets his man in the end. He'd been having quite a battle for a couple of overs.
I feel like he's thrown it away a little bit
Yeah,
there.
a bit of a testimonial game shot that, wasn't it, really? Get to 50, think no one wants to see any more of you, chip it up in the air. It was a real giveaway, bearing in mind it's an important one-day international they're playing. Done such good work, like you said, Barney, to get to that. He looked really untroubled most of the way through. Really dovetailing nicely with Stephen Taylor. And then softly gives it away like that. Maybe very frustrated, you'd have thought.
Yeah, and it brings Aaron Jones to the crease, someone who's been in superb form during this series. 95 against UAE in the opener, 74 against Scotland, and then top scored with 46 against the UAE a couple of days ago here at the ICC Academy. And he's the second highest run scorer in ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 so far. 346 runs, just 10 behind Papua New Guinea. Mark Watt again frustrated, but it was his fielder coming in, Sharif, to from long on to mid on, who does the fielding there. I think if I was a USA batsman, I might be tempted to pull away a couple more times.
Bit vindictive, Barney.
Nothing wrong with winding up the bowler. See an interesting move in the field. Richie Berrington coming into very straight catching position. Important wicket in that over. Mark Watt. And it's a wicket maiden in the end. Say 93 for 2 from 21 overs. You see the scorecard there. Monak Patel, the man who went early. And Xavier Marshall in that over brings Aaron Jones to the crease. Stephen Taylor going nicely. See the two men to pick up wickets so far, Joshua Davey and Mark Watt.
Excellent figures for Mark Watt. Bearing in mind 6 of those 12 runs came in one blow. One for 12 or 5 with the maiden. Excellent stuff.
He's an impressive bowler, Mark Watt. Keeps it very tight. He seems to pick up important wickets at important stages of games. Mentioned how impressive the USA have been. Have Scotland and the UAE been as expected for you, or have they not lived up to?
Not seen a huge amount of Scotland. You could probably comment more on that than I could, Barney, because the
and a soft dismissal. Aaron Jones has been in such good form. He goes for a duck. And he's just chipped it to mid-wicket. And that's 2 very soft dismissals for the USA, who've been off to such a good start. So you see it again here. Hamza Tahir, the bowler. Very disappointing.
Soft chip to mid-wicket. Wicket maiden for Tahir. Game's totally swung round in terms of momentum towards Scotland.
Yeah, 2 consecutive wicket maidens. And USA from 93 for 1 and now 93 for 3. Ian Holland will be the new man in, join Stephen Taylor, who's still 38 not out. I think the US coaches will be pretty annoyed with those 2 wickets, the manner of them.
To say the very least. A set batsman and another guy who must have arrived at the crease in Aaron Jones feeling like he was set, given the form he's been in this past week. Both back in the space of 2 overs. Crucial now that Stephen Taylor sticks around and makes the most of his start. 38 not out. Ian Holland is arriving at the crease to join him.
Sharif comes back into the attack. Mark Watt taken off after that wicket maiden. Must be a tactic to bring Seam back on, as Watt's been superb so far. Surprised by that?
It's an odd one, actually. See, left arm spinners together, bowling in tandem, were putting the brakes on. 2 wickets is just a symptom of the excellent tight bowling that had been building up the dots, particularly in Watt's case.
Yeah, to get back to how these teams have performed so far, Scotland obviously only featured the once. I think they would have been a bit disappointed. They're in winning positions against the USA. And obviously they were rained off in Sharjah. You were saying the other day UAE need a bit of patience with a very new side.
I'd say so, yeah. Yeah, like we just mentioned before, 3 teenagers in the squad, another newcomer who's mid-20s, and that's within a side that generally UAE have had a little bit an older average age than a lot of cricket teams going around the international circuit in the past. So yeah, it's a new look UAE team, and they've perhaps betrayed that inexperience a couple of times in this series. Certainly with the collapse that they had against the United States in the second game here in Dubai, and well run. It's perhaps something USA will need for a little while now, while they try and re-establish themselves in this game. Try and turn the strike over. Goes for anything too loose.
Yeah, if you're Ian Holland, it's a case of just get Taylor back on strike. Get down the other end. Make sure you're scoring at a good rate. But getting the set batsman in Stephen Taylor back on strike.
Good cricket. Holland.
Are your beloved Spurs in action today?
What day is it?
So beloved, he has no idea. answer is no. Play Wolves tomorrow.
I could have told you that.
Three singles off that over, ending a run of 15 dot balls. A lot of activity down here today at the academy. Paul, lots of kids coaching sessions going on.
Yeah, there's a match going on the adjacent oval. Sort of in a firing line here. I suppose for a kids game it'd be quite a big hit. Wouldn't put it past them though.
Mark Watt doing the fielding. He's just had Peter Della Penna in his ear about something.
He was describing photos that he's got of the celebration of the wicket, and he said he's planning to turn it into a GIF. Is it a GIF or a GIF, Barney? I've always wondered this.
GIF.
I've called it GIF, yeah. But it's PDP. Not usually wrong.
I'm afraid he is on this occasion. The man performing a million tasks.
The octopus.
He's feeding currently. These two doing a good job of, as we said, rotating the strike. Five singles from that over. Quite the turnaround after those 2 wickets. Sharif continues. You've seen much of Sharif prior
He's
to
had
this?
a good couple of years, yeah. Very much coming to the limelight in that time. Well, at the World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe last year against England when Scotland turned over the world's #1 side last summer.
And a big appeal for a catch down the leg side. Sharif looks in disbelief as the umpire says no. Another very confident shout.
Third time in this innings that's happened. Scotland's unsuccessful, I should say, an appeal each time.
Umpire must have adjudged that it clipped the pags. It wasn't a wide
Wasn't
down the leg.
yeah.
Brushed some clothing or a thigh guard maybe. Yeah, you like the looks of Sharif as a cricketer?
Much so. Good strike bowler that Scotland have found.
It's a big strong-looking lad.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned before that we're square on where we are watching the game here, and ball's going through at quite a good rate.
I feel like the seamers would be pleased to have come to Dubai.
Yeah.
Bit more pace in it here, bit more bounce.
Yeah, having said that, Netral got a fifer for nothing against UAE there in Sharjah.
As Holland cuts through covers, no man out. He'll run away for 4. Played with authority.
Release a little bit of the pressure. There's a bit of pace on that ball, bit of width. Put away nicely. Not something you can imagine you'd have seen from Mark Watt. So was this a judicious bowling change or not?
Very surprised by it. Mark Watt had settled into a nice rhythm.
1 for 12 off 5 with a maiden, wicket maiden, and he's taken out of the attack. Wonder what the thinking is behind this. Get Sharif against a new batsman.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be harder to start against the 2 slow left armers.
Given the way they were bowling, certainly. It's definitely a bit in this pitch, as you can see on the pictures. It's green. There's definitely something in it for the seamers, but just thought Watt was doing so well.
Halfway through USA's innings, 106 for 3. Stephen Taylor, I feel, holds the key at the minute. It's 44 not out. I suggested 280 would be the aim for the US. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, if this partnership can rebuild, it's only early stages of it, 13 so far. It certainly looked on for 280 when Marshall and Taylor were going well, perhaps even upwards of that. Yeah, 280 would be a good target to aim for at present, I'd say. Halfway through the innings, 106 for 3.
Talking about the games of tape ball cricket going on around the UAE when we were on commentary just a couple of days ago. Did you indulge yesterday?
I didn't indulge. I saw a game on the went out to Silicon Oasis yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, at the time there were only 4 players involved, so I thought maybe head over there, but had all the family with us at the time, so could have just about taken out to the full quota actually.
Yeah, you could have helped with the numbers.
Always amazed by how many pictures there are for tape ball that seem perfectly made, like one just concrete slab of 22 yards or so.
Taylor drives over the top.
Beautiful shot.
Pouncing on that fuller length.
Yeah, like I say, really good judgment of length there.
Moves on to 49.
So he hasn't really flighted too much like that or gone that full, and as soon as he did, Taylor clips him beautifully over mid-off. Followed it up, very similar on that ball.
Stephen Taylor, remarkably, doesn't have a full ODI 50 to his name. It's only from 8 matches, full ODIs, but...
If he doesn't get one today, Barney, you know it's entirely your fault for mentioning it. 49 not out currently.
His average going into this game, just 15.
It's a real surprise, isn't it? For a guy who's clearly a classy player and gets a lot of chances at the top of the order. What, back into the attack? Peculiar little 2 over spell, that. Shouldn't be too critical. It's worth trying something like that. Perhaps didn't work quite as well as Scotland wanted.
Oh. And there you go, Mark Watt makes an instant impact. Ian Holland driving loosely in the end and is bowled. Mark Watt, where's he been? Why was he taken out of the attack? You see here, Ian Holland attempting a big drive, and it's just gone on with the arm and through the gate.
Playing the outside half of the ball. It didn't turn at all.
Ian Holland gone for 8. Makes that little 2 over spell from Sharif look even more bizarre.
Yeah, it does. Oh, Watt's having a great day out at the moment. Fantastic figures. 2 for 12 or 5.2 so far. Straight back into it.
Yeah, and Akshay Homraj, USA wicketkeeper, is the next man in. USA 112 for 4. They'll need to be careful here. They were well on course for a big total. Have to be careful they don't get derailed.
Number 6 at the wicket.
Stephen Taylor has such an important role to play from here. Lovely piece of bowling from Watt, just to keep that on with the arm. Holland played all around it.
It's the angle Watt bowls from, actually. Played a lot to do with that. Whoops, another false start. He must be getting frustrated with these batsmen. I think he already was.
Think that wicket would have helped his mood, though. You'd hope so.
He did seem in a good mood when he was out here on this boundary near us, chatting to PDP. Perhaps one of those guys who needs a bit of fire in the belly when he's bowling. yeah, just as I just mentioned before, you said that that ball went on with the arm. It's also with the angle that he bowls from.
Very close. I think direct hit.
Direct hit might have done for him.
I don't want Stephen Taylor run out at this point. Yeah, what? Coming over the wicket to left-hander now, but where you saw him coming round to the right-hander, he bowled the
Front
ball.
foot goes outside the turn crease, doesn't it?
Yeah, from very wide on that crease. Don't know what Matthew Cross was doing behind the stumps there. Very animated arms. Mark Watt with another big wicket in that over.
2 for 13 off 6. He's having a day so far.
Yeah, superb from Mark Watt so far. He took 4 for 42 against the USA. And these two met just a few days ago in Sharjah. Seems to like bowling against the USA. Hamza to here. It's taken off. Looks like Alistair Evans will be back into the attack. He's another big burly lad, Alistair Evans. Similar things have never been said about myself. That single to Homraj brings Stephen Taylor back on the strike. He's been on 49 for a couple of overs now. The man comes out, point on the boundary. There's another man out at square leg, fine leg. And third man. And Taylor tucks to that man at square leg to bring up his first full ODI half century for the USA. Coming off of 76 balls. It's been a very good innings from Taylor. He has a lot still to do, doesn't he, Paul?
His team will be hoping that's just the start for him today. Classy player, really good to watch. Both with the bat and also in the field. Extremely athletic. Throws himself around. Took a spectacular catch against UAE in the last game USA played.
Bowls handy little off spinners as well. Homraj is beaten. Very good ball from Alistair Evans. Beats the outside edge of the bat. Something Peter was touching upon on commentary is Taylor gets a lot of chances because no one really pushing him from internally.
That's interesting.
And you can see why when he doesn't capitalise on good-looking starts like the UAE the other day where he looked untroubled and then just chipped one to long on. You can see why people would be frustrated by that because he is enormously talented.
Yeah. So it's up to the coaching staff to manufacture a way of getting the best out of him if there's not pressure necessarily coming on him for his plays. Manufacture. Maybe manufacture a little bit of fear that he's not undroppable, or to go the other way and try and free him up totally and just tell him to go and play play as best fits him. It's difficult to say, really, not knowing his character.
Homraj tries to make it look like he's left that, but he very much played at it.
Unconvincing.
Yeah, it'll definitely be one for management to think about how to get the best out of him.
Had a few changes, obviously, in coaching staff in the recent past. Pubadu Dasanayake, extremely highly regarded coach of any cricket, but particularly within associate cricket, he's got an excellent name. Up until recently was a US coach.
End of that 28th over, USA 116 for 4. Taylor on 50. Not out. Actually, Homraj, the other man at the crease. Very impressive Mark Watt. We'll continue. How should the USA go about tackling Watt, his remaining overs? He has 4 left, including this one.
I would have thought doing a good way to go would be to do what Taylor just did there. Perfectly safe. Manoeuvred the ball into a gap, got 1 run. Not sure it's spinning a huge amount for him. I think where the problems have perhaps lied for the UAE. That's good cricket, just like that. An easy single. For USA batsman, I should say, the problems have perhaps been found with the angle that he creates. Bowling wide when he's bowling round the wicket. And also the fact that he's quite tall. As we were saying the other day, that this pitch here, perhaps unusual in UAE terms, and it bounces quite high usually.
Suddenly some familiar faces of UAE cricket have arrived.
Place is a buzz. Chandresh Narayan, come along to watch.
Shouting numbers at me. Beckoning me over as well. I think he hasn't realised that have a job to do over here.
Should get him involved by an experienced broadcaster himself. I think you'd make better use of my microphone.
Stephen Taylor flicks off his legs. And it goes for 4. It's Hamza Tahir down there doing the fielding. Looked like he got round there at first. He couldn't quite cut it off. Taylor just clipping it off his legs.
Elegant clip, that.
Thought he got there.
Seemed to, and he scooped it back in and it followed him, and he couldn't get back up in time to knock it back.
Very good start to the over, obviously relieves the pressure. Boundary off the first ball. Oh, and gone the next. It's Richie Berrington at point. Takes a straightforward catch in the end. Alistair Evans is full and wide from him. And Taylor is slumped in disappointment. He's got to 56. And it was there to be driven, but he's hit it straight to Berrington at point. A superb fielder. He makes no mistake. So wide. And again, another USA batsman has fairly thrown it away.
Struggling to get him off the field. That is a disappointed traipse back. Reminds me of Junior Murray, slowest person I've ever seen to get off the field. And disappointment after giving it away in a test match against England.
Yeah, Taylor still hasn't made it off the pitch. Enormously disappointed with himself. Nisai Patel, the new man in. And USA 123 for 5. And now 2 new men at the crease in Homraj and Patel. Stephen Taylor done so well and looked so good, so comfortable. He's just slapped it straight to point. To leave us shortly, Paul, where this game's set, approaching the end of the 30th over. USA will be a bit disappointed how they've ended up. Scotland will be delighted to have reined them back in.
Very much so, yep. 2 set players and 1 in-form player, all back in the pavilion now. It's going to be difficult for the United States from here. It's an unbelievable carry.
Gone off a length. Matthew Cross has taken it well above his head.
The United States fast bowlers will be licking their lips looking at that. Got a few good ones.
That's flown through.
Length ball. Cross high above his head to catch it.
What do you think the US will be realistically aiming for now? Might reassess that 280 that we were talking of. Homraj is beaten.
By the look of the pitch, they're going to struggle to make it to 140. all of a sudden it's doing all sorts. No, I think 250 from here is a competitive total. So revise that total down that we had in mind by 30. I should probably be happy with that actually, the way they've last few overs have gone.
Nicely tucked in the leg side and well run too. USA 126 for 5 after 30 overs. You see the scorecard there. Monak Patel's the first man to go. And then Stephen Taylor and Javier Marshall were superb, both reaching half centuries. But then, since they've fallen, Aaron Jones as well and Ian Holland departed. Scotland been superb getting back into this. Mark Watt, the pick of the bowlers so far, 2 for 16 from 7 for him. He's been excellent. And Alistair Evans picking up a wicket in that last over, the important one of Stephen Taylor. Be Joshua Davey coming back into the attack, replacing Mark Watt. Paul just left us. Nearly went flying. And in Paul Radley's place comes Peter Della Penna once more. Peter, the US were going so nicely. All of a sudden, 126 for 5. They'll be disappointed, won't they?
Well, they look nailed on for another 280 plus score here. Now they're going to be clawing and fighting their way to get past 250. And part of the reason why, Mark Watt, one of my favorite bowlers in associate cricket. He's a bulldog. I was just saying to Jim McClyman off air, Scotland supporter. He's so relentless. He's a left arm spinner. Nice tight single there by Homeraj. Got that big wicket to break that 87-run partnership. Xavier Marshall, second ball of the 21st over, was trying to ramp up the pressure, clearing the infield, and instead skied a catch over extra cover. Very well caught by Callum McLeod. Backpedaling on the ring, and then came off for 5 overs, comes back in the 27th, and gets Ian Holland. And then at the other end, Stephen Taylor falls to Ali Evans. Rare failure from Aaron Jones. And for him, the shot he played to get out is something I don't think anybody who follows U.S. cricket would expect. It was a very, very soft dismissal. Out chipping his short mid-wicket off Hamza Tahir. Very, very rare failure, and the manner in which it happened, equally stunning.
Yeah, it seemed very uncharacteristic from Jones. And I think the US will be disappointed in the manner of the dismissals. Marshall, Taylor, Jones, all got themselves out.
Taylor historically has always been vulnerable at backward point. Usually it was early in his innings. so many times in his career, in the first 5 overs he's at the crease, he'd be caught at backward point, playing loosely through the air.
It's an uppish drive and goes over point. He'll be 2.
Very rarely do you see Stephen Taylor play that kind of shot to get out when he's been at the crease for 20 overs. And that was the stunning thing about that. He's worked hard in recent years to eliminate that loose shot at backward point out of his game. And as a consequence of that, it's part of the reason also why his strike rate collectively has gone down from in the 90s to now when he's batting at number 3, his strike rate is in the 60s because he's tried to reduce that element of risk playing in the air through point, or he would be caught so often. And through that innings, he was playing very assured, playing on the ground. And the one shot he plays in the air results in his downfall. And that's something that not just Stephen Taylor, but a lot of other players in the USA squad have to recognize as they go through this League 2 competition over the next few years. At Division 4, Division 3, Division 2 standard in the World Cricket League, you could get away with that because you're not coming up against teams that have elite fielders, even in backward point where you traditionally have your best fielder. You're not facing somebody in that position who has the class of Richie Barrington as a catching fielder.
Nicely driven through cover from Nisarg Patel. It races away for 4. It's a lovely shot. And as you mentioned, Stephen Taylor ended up a simple dismissal. See Nisarg Patel again, driving confidently through the offside. Stephen Taylor is a simple chance in the end to Richie Barrington, but he couldn't have picked out a worse fielder to find if you're the batting, from a batting perspective. Barrington is superb.
Well, we saw the catch he took at extra cover in Sharjah, so he's taking a one-handed stunner like that. There's no way on earth he's dropping a chance like the one Taylor offered just now at backward point. Even though Taylor really creamed that ball, he pulverized it. It was in the slot, but just that very, very slight mental lapse, playing it loose, playing it in the air, unable to keep it down, and you're always going to be punished by a guy like Barrington. Division 4, Division 3 level, you might have a fielder jumping out of the way of that kind of ball. Here in Cricket World Cup League 2, Richie Barrington is firmly behind it, crouching in a confident position. It's got his eyes right behind the ball. It's another thing you see, catching techniques at the lower standards. He put his head behind the ball, put his hands right behind the ball. It's a very confident catching technique. If it bursts through, it's going to go right between his eyes, give him a bloody nose. You'll see players at a lower standard will sidestep that and get their hands into an awkward position where their hands are to the side of their body, to the left or to the right, because they don't want to have that injury risk. Richie Barrington is not somebody who's lacking confidence in that regard. And those are the kind of dismissals you're not going to get away with getting dropped in that kind of position at League 2 standard.
You could see the way Taylor sloped off the pitch. It took him an eternity to walk off. He was enormously disappointed. He said the work that he'd put in to get to that position and then to throw it away. Enormous disappointment for Taylor. I think there's more noise and more vocal game of cricket going on behind us in the juniors than this between Scotland and USA.
You wouldn't know that Scotland has clawed back to the position they've got themselves in now in the field based on the noise levels or lack thereof, have you said, Barney?
Yeah, we touched upon it earlier. It's remarkably quiet out there for Scotland. Despite USA being reined back in, 138 for 5 after 32 overs. Let's have a quick drinks break. Have a look at the scorecard there. See, Xavier Marshall and Stephen Taylor both reached 50, but then fairly threw it away, having got themselves in such a good position. No one else has made double figures as of yet. And for Scotland, Mark Watt has been superb. 2 for 16 from his 7 overs. You mentioned earlier that Mark Watt was briefly brought out of the attack. Were you surprised by that from Scotland?
Not entirely, because even in the T20 World Cup qualifier, there were sequences where he would get an over where he'd get a wicket, and then they'd take him straight out. They've got very clear plans in mind where if he matches up well with a specific batsman, once he gets that guy out, even if he's in rhythm, they'll take him out because they don't want to waste his overs unnecessarily. They like to match him up against specific players, and it's not a case of the traditional strategy where if a spinner was in rhythm, they'd bowl 10 straight, bring him on 10 straight. You see a lot more rotation now, and to Watt's credit, he's able to remain engaged. He doesn't struggle to get back in rhythm when he's been off for a while, and as evidence of that, he struck in his very first over coming back on after having been out of the attack for 5 overs. So that also enhances that strategic element for Scotland, that they don't need to worry about him losing his rhythm if they do decide to take him out of the attack to save some overs for later on. Somebody they can depend on to come back and strike whenever he's called upon.
Yeah, he's a very reliable bowler. A central figure to this Scottish bowling attack. He's been superb here today. We were slightly surprised just because 2 new men in. Thought it might be more difficult to start against Watt. As you said, he came back superbly.
The only thing I would say against that is we've seen at this venue the ball does move around a bit for the pace bowlers early on, and we saw actually Homeraj, even though he's there now on 9 off 18, a lot of play and misses early in his innings. So there is that little bit of assistance. Scotland has tried to remain aggressive once they got Taylor and Marshall out. They've gone back to putting a slip in place. Tried to have some positive field settings to exploit that movement. It's been on offer for the seam bowlers. Josh Davey continuing on here for his 7th over. And just as I say that, they decided to yank Cal McLeod out of the slips.
Right on cue. Yeah, and George Munsey going into a catching position on the drive. He's a man out at 3rd man. Fine leg. And mid-wicket to Joshua Davey. Big appeal. Not for the first time today. Scotland turned down and looked enormously disappointed.
If anything, it looked leg side live. And there, looks like if there was any doubt, it was going to slide down leg, but very, very strong appeal. 50-50 call, Barney. Looked like it could have very easily been given out.
Yeah, it was close on that second view. And Scotland, a couple of times, there's a catch down the leg side that Matthew Cross was adamant was out earlier on.
Well, the umpires were really enjoying Stephen Taylor batting out there. Wanted to see a bit more.
As Peter had mentioned just now, there is life in this pitch for the seamers. You see Nisar Patel this time beaten outside the off stump.
And it's a delivery like that, again, that makes me a touch surprised that that slip fielder, McLeod, was pulled out just after the drinks break. You feel like there may be an edge that flies through that vacant cordon. Now the silver lining for USA, in spite of the missed opportunities for Marshall and Taylor to kick on here, very rarely has actually Homeraj, and to a lesser extent, had this much time to bat, and this is a really golden opportunity for the both of them to put in a commanding performance to show the fans and the selectors out there why they deserve to be in this team long term.
Yeah, certainly a very good opportunity for these two. 141 for 5, 17 overs to go. They're both on 10. There's an opportunity to be seized. Nisar Patel, of course, coming into the side in place of Kareem Magor. Unfortunately, pulled a hamstring while we were in Sharjah.
USA management had said in between matches that he went for a scan. Kareem Agor revealed a minor tear in his right hamstring. And there was some thought that he might be healthy enough to come back, but really, for a 21-year-old with such a bright future ahead of him, there's no sense in rushing him back here. So USA thinking long-term about his health. Nisar remaining in the lineup today.
His 40-odd in the last game will have made that decision a little bit easier as well for USA management.
That, and he's looking good again here. He's got a good start here. Plenty of overs left to bat. The thing about Nisarg is it's been more of a temperament challenge for him. He's always looked good form-wise when he's in the middle, and then he'll play one shot in a hurry too soon. He always looks in a hurry at times. In this innings, he looks a bit more calm. He's always trying to play those big shots too soon. And the thing that impressed me the most about the innings against the UAE was the maturity that started to come out in his innings. He wasn't trying to play those big shots. He recognized the situation. All that was required was to just keep rotating the strike. He only struck one boundary in that 40. And he got out in the final over trying to steal a bye to get on strike. But in the past, he would have been trying to hit every fourth or fifth ball for 6. You look at him on camera, he doesn't look like a big physically imposing character, but for somebody of his stature, he packs an awfully big punch with the bat. I mentioned about temperament. In a lot of warm-up matches he's played for USA, he's scored half centuries in what you would characterize as non-live matches. Warm-up matches, 12 on 12 kind of games. He scored big runs there to earn these opportunities in the live matches for the national team. And then he gets into those situations where he gets a good start and isn't able to carry on. So it's been more of, again, a temperamental approach that's held him back from really kicking on and making big scores for USA. But he's got a fantastic opportunity here on 12 off of 15 deliveries so far with 16 overs to go. It's a great opportunity for him to kick on.
Shouts of catch it. It lands safely. It's Craig Wallace on as a substitute fielder. It's in the air a long time.
Well, there's two subs on at the moment. Dylan Budge on as well at mid-off. Looks like Cal McLeod is one of the fielders off. You rarely see him off the field for Scotland. And if I'm counting my numbers properly, Barney, George Munsey is the other. No, George Munsey is in there at short cover.
Drives superbly over the top. It goes all the way for 6. It's over pitched. He's just thrown his hands through the line. It's a lovely shot.
Here's the Guyanese flair from Omraj, former Guyana under-19 player. And that's what he's shown in USA trial scenarios, that aggression to go over the top. And again, overpitched in the slot. Just punched firmly through the line. Go over the top. And it's the second six of the innings for USA. Xavier Marshall hit one almost in an identical spot in the 15th over, straight down the ground. Homeraj doing the same now. Safian Sharif was the other man besides McLeod who was off the field. He's back on now for Scotland.
Oh, looks like he's edged that. Nisar Patel looking to cut. And Matthew Cross so tidy behind the stumps. Be disappointed not to have taken that. Not the simplest. There's a top edge off the spinner standing up. A chance. Hamza Tahir will be disappointed that his keeper's not managed to claim it. You expect Matthew Cross to take those chances. He's so good behind the stumps.
Oh, on associate cricket, I'd put him and Jake Dunford of Jersey right at the top of the list in terms of pure keeping. Such a fantastic gloveman, Matthew Cross. Rarely do you see him put down any kind of chance. He's so good standing up to the spinners. He's going to have some spectacular leg side stumpings, leg side takes.
Nisar Patel pulls into mid-wicket. It's fielded by Davey. Keeps it to 2. Ends that Hamza Tahir over. I'll be very disappointed there's not a wicket from that over. Wonder how costly that might be as the US set up the end of this first innings. 156 for 5. Homraj and Patel put on 33, sorry, so far. A lively couple of overs, Peter. That's stunning 6. And then that drop chance as well.
Like you said, there's an opportunity lost for Scotland there. A chance to press home. The advantage could have been 153 for 6. Put USA under big pressure with Stevenson and Tehran due in next.
And a mix-up. Oh, direct hit would have been out.
Callum McLeod, he's been all over the place today in the field. And coming in from mid-off, fresh back onto the field. He was off the previous few overs, and big mix-up between Homraj and Nisar Patel. These two haven't batted together very often. And it's generally been a single all day long for whoever's been at the crease for USA, whether it's Taylor or Marshall or Holland, even Homraj. Just some miscommunication there from Nisarg, who was ball watching a little bit at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he wasn't interested at all, but it looked like fairly comfortable single. And Homraj was left high and dry, had to turn, trying to get back into his crease. And he ended up colliding with Matthew Cross. He's up and okay. Could McLeod have just hit Cross's gloves rather than go for the direct hit?
The only thing against that is that Cross was slightly delayed coming up to the stumps, and he kind of had to reach back after the throw had crossed the stumps to try and corral it. And even then, he would have had to readjust and make a few steps to the side to whip the bails off. So I think from the standpoint that Cross was 25 yards back, had to cover so much ground just to get to the stumps. I think McLeod had the right idea in mind, and going for the stumps. And at that angle, he had 3 stumps to aim at from about 30 yards just inside the ring. It's a clear shot. It's not often you see somebody like him miss out.
We've seen that a number of times. It's well over Nisarg Patel's head. Should have been a wide.
The umpire is thinking Mohammad Irfan is at the crease instead of Nisarg Patel.
And you see Nisarg turning instantly to the square leg umpire and suggesting, quite rightly, it should have been a wide. It's well over his head. We've seen that a few times in this series.
You'd have to get the step ladder out, and even then he'd have to reach high to uppercut it to make contact with that one.
Scotland getting away with one there. They've had a couple of overs that they might want to forget a little. First, that chance going down from Tahir's bowling. He'll continue here. And then the run-out chance as well. Callum McLeod, such a capable fielder. You'd back him in most of those situations to hit all 3 stumps, as Peter mentioned, that he had to aim for. But these two continue to go about their business. And a bit of good fortune might be just what they need as they try to establish themselves in this USA lineup. Nisarg Patel drives over cover. Was in the air for a while.
That's the kind of shot in the past he's been vulnerable to. He likes to maintain an aggressive streak. He's got set. This time he's able to clear the infield. He's in a mode now where he's in a place you sense he's going to start to attack, ramp it up. Just barely cleared. The man in the covers on that boundary. And it looked like George Munsey possibly was the man over there, along with another short catching fielder.
And this time beats the man that's at short third man, run 2.
Good maturity there from Nisarg. He's got the boundary already in the over. And just showing a bit of touch there. Content for the 2. Accessing that 71-meter boundary on the east side. Moving on now to 23. Partnership already up to 44. So good work here between these two. Again, just doing those subtle things. Shots like that, just rotating the strike, looking for that second run.
Have you been impressed by these two so far in this partnership for the 6th wicket, Peter?
Well, even though Nisarg is starting to get up there in age, he's somebody who was part of USA Under-19 squad in the 2006 Under-19 World Cup in Sri Lanka, but it's only his 19th match in 50-over cricket since making his debut in 2017. Had some eligibility issues because there was a quirk at the time in the ICC's guidelines where even though he represented USA Under-19, he wasn't a citizen, and he did his university education in England. So he spent quite a bit of time out of the country, and because he was not yet a U.S. citizen, he needed to spend a minimum number of days in the country per year, so he had to restart the clock after spending most of his teenage years in California. Originally from India, born in India, grew up in Southern California.
This time it is a wide.
It's a very odd situation. You don't experience that too often. Somebody who's played under-19 cricket for their country, then having to sit out a lengthy period to be eligible to play for the senior team just by virtue of the fact that he went to England in an effort to enhance his cricket skills. Something that a lot of players at associate level are encouraged to do. Go to a first-class setup, get yourself in a situation where you're getting exposure to a higher standard player. He went to do that, and in essence, he was penalized for it. So because of that, he wasn't able to play for the USA senior team once he moved back to California after completing his university studies. He played a lot of league cricket in Kent and Essex.
Stunning shot from Nisarg Patel. That's that power that Peter's been describing. He's rocked back and thumped it towards cow corner.
And it's a shot like that you can tell he's been exposed to a higher standard of cricket throughout his career. He's trusting the pitch. He's used to playing on turf wickets a lot more than most of the other players in the USA setup. And it's only been in the last 3 years that he's started to get some opportunities in the senior team. Hasn't been able to lock down a permanent spot, but again, with an innings like this, the start he's got now, moving on to 27, just under a run a ball. He's got a fantastic opportunity to make a big statement for the selection panel for USA's next set of tours in 2020.
And it brought up the 50-run partnership for this pair. And if you're Alistair Evans, it wasn't a bad ball. Nisarg Patel's just picked it off a length and launched it to the fence.
He's somebody who's got a reputation in Southern California, playing for Vijayta Cricket Club, same club as Timil Patel. A heavy run scorer out there. Traditionally been a top order player in the past. When he first came into the USA team in 2017, made his debut at the Audi Cup in King City, Ontario against Canada. Came in as an opening batsman originally. There's been a surplus of opening options for USA, so they tried to shift him down the order and use that aggression in more of a finishing role It's coming off well here.
A half-hearted appeal to finish the 39th over, but big inside edge of Nisarg Patel's bat. And USA 174 for 5 with 11 overs remaining this first innings. Patel and Homraj, a partnership worth 51.
Just from a strategic standpoint for Scotland, this is Tahir's 10th and final over. Mark Watt still has 3 left to bowl, so you would expect him to take over for Tahir from this end for 42, 44, and 46. And then Sharif, obviously experienced death bowler.
Homraj uses his feet and goes straight. It's a lovely shot. It goes for 4. Shuffling down the pitch. And going over to here.
Something you don't see an awful lot from USA's batsmen, using their feet. But very elegant from Homraj, taking the length, coming down, and just driving that very crisply. Long off is very, very wide on the fence. So no chance for him to cut that off straight into the side screen. Gorgeous shot from actually Homraj.
Oh, what a catch that is. Very next ball. Homraj driving into cover. We've seen some great catches in this series.
And again, in shades of Stephen Taylor, at this level, you play the ball in the air, even if it's only slightly uppishly, you're going to get punished. Richie Barrington, the man to dismiss Taylor. And Richie Barrington, number 44, one more time in the covers. Fantastic catch, lunging to his left. Such an asset for Scotland over the years. Proving it again today. And it was going to take something special to disrupt that partnership. So a half-century stand ended by some more spectacular fielding from Barrington, who's put together quite a highlight reel over this week in the UAE, Barney.
He really has. He's been superb in the field. Another great catch, low to his left. I'm going to say 179 for 6. Cameron Stevenson, the new man for the US. Tahir picking up his 2nd wicket in this is final over of his 10. And a big wicket as well. They've done so well, this pair, to rebuild. And as you say, Peters took something special to get rid of him. Actually, Homraj, who the ball before, used his feet so well to go over the top. And he timed that nicely as well, but just picked out Barrington.
And again, made the point before on the catch with Taylor. That's the kind of catch and that chance. That's a very difficult chance. The height it came at is very low. To get into a position to get your fingers underneath the ball there, that's not a catch you would expect to be taken at Division 4, Division 3, Division 2 standard in World Cricket League. But here, you're facing a different caliber fielder in the Scotland unit than you would at the lower divisions. And USA getting a taste of that the hard way here with Taylor earlier and now Homraj.
ends an important over for Scotland to get that important breakthrough. 179 for 6 then. 10 overs remaining. Cameron Stevenson, the new man in. Nisar Patel, unbeaten on 29. Peter, I believe you have to bid us farewell.
Picture time. Got to see what Nisar Patel has in store for the final 10. But from here, I think USA's got to be targeting 240, 250. Dependent upon how long Nisar can stay at the crease. If he continues to kick on here past 50, they can even push for maybe 270. In the past, this has been a ground where you can score quickly in the last 10 overs, but only if you've got somebody who's well set, and he needs a willing ally in Cameron Stevenson, and if not Stevenson, then Rusty Turan to fall. Saurabh Netravalkar can hold up an end to. So USA not out of it. Not about to roll over in the last 10, but definitely have an uphill battle on their hands here with Mark Watt coming back into the attack. Having struck twice already today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. As he mentions there, Mark Watt 2 for 16 from 7 so far. As you saw on the scorecard just then on your screens, Mark Watt has been superb today. Watt picking up the important wicket of Xavier Marshall earlier on for 50. And then also removing Ian Holland. So difficult to get away. It's wide down the leg side. Well taken by Matthew Cross. He'll be disappointed that he put down Nisar Patel. Just a few overs ago off the bowling of Hamza Tahir, who finished his 10 overs just now. 2 for 45. Oh, and a chance, a sharp chance. Nisar Patel firing it back at Cameron Watt. Hit very firmly. He gets a hand to it. Well, to stop it in the end. Patel has had a couple of lives, as Peter Della Penna was mentioning just then. You want to capitalise on those. 9 overs remaining in this first innings. USA 183 for 6. And Sharif comes back into the attack. Bowling to Nisar Patel. Sharif has 4 overs left, including this one. Gone for 24 so far. It's a tight single. Stevenson might have been struggling with a direct hit. He's dabbed into the offside from Nisar Patel. I see a slight hesitation. It would have been close. Carl Kurtz are doing the fielding there for Scotland. Stevenson playing and missing. Outside off stump. Single to Cameron Stevenson ends that 42nd over. USA 187 for 6. 8 overs to go. Nisar Patel, 33 not out. How many can he lead his side to? How many can Scotland restrict USA to? Mark Watt will continue. He has 2 overs remaining. Of his 10, 2 for 20 so far. Been the pick of the Scotland bowlers. Once again, took 4 for 42 against USA in Sharjah, and he's backed it up again with another fine display here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. Now we have the 5th match of this tri-series. Forms the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 on the road to India and the 2023 ICC Cricket World Cup. Stevenson gets out the reverse sweep. Ooh. It's a tidy piece of fielding from Sharif, but Nisar made his ground. Something we've say players bring out too much is a reverse sweep. Stevenson looking to manoeuvre the field. You see Carl Kurtzer coming over to the offside. He's moved just out of there. Short mid-wicket. Coming to point for Nisarg Patel. Goes back across for Stevenson. It's man out of point at long off and long on. Deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg. It's what almost pulls off a great piece of fielding. So 7 overs to go. 191%. To continue. Ball over. Has 2 overs remaining. Alistair Evans and Mark Watt, 1 apiece. Should make up these final 7 overs between them. Nisarg Patel moves on to 37. His highest score for the USA in full ODI cricket came about just 2 days ago against the UAE. It's 40, shepherding USA. To a decent total, one that more than enough against the UAE. As USA ended up winning that by 98 runs. Nisarg Patel's 40 off of 49 deliveries in that helped USA to 213 all out It's a fine display by the UAE in the field, but they couldn't back it up with the bat. Very good piece of running. Ends the 44th over. Just 6 to go. Alistair Evans doing well to keep that just to a single. Mark Watt into his final over here. Stevenson sweeps and sweeps hard. And over mid-wicket, it goes all the way for 6. Strong sweep from Cameron Stevenson. Out to what is a big boundary. It's no small hit. Fantastic shot. Big appeal and given. Mark Watt has his third. Nisai Patel deep in his crease. And it looked very good. Nisai Patel goes for 38. Mark Watt's been superb. He's just gone on with the arm, hit the back leg of Nisai Patel. And he was starting to walk off before the finger even went up. 38 from 52 balls. He'd be disappointed not to be there at the end. And USA 204 for 7 as Rusty Tehran makes his way to the crease. 31 balls left of this innings. Mark Watt 3 for 33 with 1 left of his 10. He's been exceptional once again. Finishes a superb spell from Mark Watt. 3 for 33 from his 10 overs. See, he got hit for that big 6 earlier in the over. Cameron Stevenson, but he comes back with that all-important wicket of Nisarg Patel for 38. Watt also removes Xavier Marshall earlier for 50. And Ian Holland for just 8. A very good performance from Mark Watt. Five overs remaining, 204 for 7 then, the USA. It's Sharif who continues his penultimate over of his 10. You imagine he'd bowl out. Joshua Davies still has 2 in the bank as well. Alistair Evans, the single over, still remaining for him. The 2 left armers, Mark Watt and Hamza Tahir, bowled out their 10. Picked up 5 wickets between them. Been exceptional stuff from those 2 today. Great start from Safian Sharif here. Gone for 1 from his first 3 balls. And Rusty Turon, the man on strike. And he can't get down the other end. Really good fielding from Sharif off his own bowling. Turon this time gets a single. Again, Sharif's just gone for 2 from this over so far. 1 ball remaining. Cut from Stevenson, it goes fine and it goes for 4. Wouldn't have been intending to get it that fine, but it works in his advantage. Sharif's over had been so good up until this point, just given far too much width. Stevenson gets enough on it, it runs away for a much needed boundary. Stevenson moves to 20 from 19 balls. You'll say 210 for 7 then. 4 overs remaining. See Stevenson 4 just there, following a massive 6 from Mark Watt. Rusty Turon, the other man at the crease, 1 from 5. Struggled to get off strike and rotate the strike in that last over. USA still have the captain Saurabh Netravalkar and Nostush Kenjigi to come, should they need them. Joshua Davey. Bowling his 9th over. Very good Yorker. Well kept out in the end by Stevenson. This one just over pitched. Stevenson rocks his head back in disappointment. He feels like he's missed out there. Ended up a full toss. He's clipped it straight to substitute fielder Michael Jones. Sorry, not substitute fielder. Michael Jones on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Stevenson frustrated to have missed out. Another full toss. This time Rusty Tehran clips it into the leg side. Run 2. It's a high full toss in the end. In that 47th over. 3 overs and 18 balls remaining. USA 216 for 7. Cameron Stevenson 22 from 22. A run a ball. Be important that he gets as many as he can at the end of this innings. You see the Scottish bowling options with these 3 overs remaining. Safian Sharif will bowl his last now. And then you've got Joshua Davey and Alistair Evans to tidy things up with their final allotted overs. It'll be Sharif to Stevenson. It's a big drive outside off stump. It's short and pulled. It's very nearly a very good catch from Matthew Cross, diving to his left down the leg side. It's gone fine and runs away for 4. It's a good bouncer by Sharif. It rushed Stevenson, he's gloved it. You see Cross diving across to his left. Would have been a stunning catch had he made it. Runs away for 4, and USA hit that 220 mark that we'd mentioned previously on commentary as their minimum target. When Xavier Marshall and Stephen Taylor were going so well, he thought 260, 280 and beyond it would have been possible. Rusty Theron using his feet. Superb bit of fielding. Very smart there in point. To first stop what would have been surely a boundary of no men out. There's Richie Berrington again doing the work. Such a good fielder. Stevenson goes low and scoops over his shoulder with fine leg up in the circle. It runs away for 4. Very clever batting from Stevenson. See, knowing Sharif is going to go full, scoops over his left shoulder. Knows exactly where the field is. It's the second boundary in this over. Stevenson moves on to 30. Very important innings from him so far. As he looks to heave to the leg side. And a well run 2 in the end. Rusty Theron making his ground. Sorry, Cameron Stevenson making his ground. Rusty Theron will have the strike at the start of the 49th over. 228 for 7 then, the USA. Cameron Stevenson, 32 not out from 27 balls. It's 12 runs from that Sharif over, his last. 0 for 49. We'll see Joshua Davey bowl the penultimate over. Rusty Theron on strike for the USA. A full toss, and Rusty Theron hits out to the leg side. There's a man there, and he finds it. A routine catch in the end. Rusty Theron will be bitterly disappointed. Full toss on his legs. And he's just top-edged it straight to square leg. Thoroughly disappointed to have picked the man out. Served up a Big full toss. You see, he looks frustrated as he walks off. Rusty Tehran gone for 6. A simple catch in the end from Alistair Evans. USA 228 for 8. 11 balls remaining. It brings Saurabh Netravalkar, the captain, to the crease. Davey has his 2nd wicket. Brought into the side today in place of Dylan Budge. He has 2 for 42, 5 balls remaining of his 10th over. See Davies' figures there. 2 for 42. Picking up that wicket of Rusty Tehran. Quite fortunately in the end. It wasn't his best delivery, to say the least. He goes short this time. Stevenson managed to get on strike, the batsman crossing while that ball was in the air. It's Dave who made the first inroad earlier today, and Monak Patel caught by Callum McLeod at slip. Just 9 balls to go then. USA 229 for 8. Comes on strike for the first time. Cross diving. Again, it would have been a great catch had he made it. USA run 2. Netravalkar hit crucial, unbeaten 19 from 11 balls against Scotland when the US beat them in Sharjah earlier this week. He hit 2 4s and a 6 from the final 3 balls of that innings to help the USA up to a total that proved too much for Scotland in the end. If he could do something similar here, it'd be very handy. Stevenson on strike, 33 not out. Important role from him. And it's a bouncer. He looks to scoop over his head. It's not been wided. It's very high again. Seen it a number of times. Bowlers seemingly getting away with what looks to be going well over the batsman's head. Stevenson moving his feet. He had little chance of getting to that. You see him looking at the umpire, expecting to see a wide. Not given. 1 over to go. 232 for 8. Be Netravalkar on strike and Alistair Evans to bowl this final over of the USA innings. short. Netravalka pulls into the leg side. Dismissively goes for 4. Pulled so well in that innings that we were mentioning against Scotland in Sharjah. Short, and he latched onto it, pulling well in front of square and through essentially a cow corner in between mid-wicket and mid-on the boundary. It's a dismissive pull shot from the USA captain. And this time, top edges. Matthew Cross runs round and takes a superb diving catch. Excellent work from Cross. Netravalka pulling, top edges it, and Cross had so much ground to make up. And he does so wonderfully. See Alistair Evans going short again. Netravalka trying to pull to the leg side once more. And Matthew Cross, a stunning catch. Did excellently to make up the ground in the first place. See Kenjige, the last man in for the USA. See that wicket once more. Alistair Evans, the bowler. And Matthew Cross makes up the ground. Then performs a diving catch to leave the USA 9 down for 236, 4 balls remaining. Alistair Evans now has 2 for 58. Stevenson's on strike. He managed to cross while the ball was in the air. Superbly bowled by Alistair Evans. Now 3 balls to go. Stevenson pulls out to leg side. George Munsey just in front of us to do the fielding. Just be 1. Brings Kenjige on to strike. 237 for 9, the USA then. 2 balls remaining. And he uses pace to flick it down to... They run free. Cameron Stevenson superbly back for the third. He nearly lapped Kenjige there. As you see, Matthew Cross getting there first, keeping it in. Mark Watt then doing the return. See Cameron Stevenson well ahead of Kenjige there. Cross, who did that fielding, his hands on his knees. Now I've hurt himself in the process of it. So last ball, and it's superbly bowled by Alistair Evans. The square leg umpire has his arms out stretched, signalling a wide. Actually didn't look like the highest bouncer we've seen. So many of them not called today. And the ball returned. No one backing up. And they ran 1 extra as well as that wide. Kenjigi will face now take 2 for this final ball of USA's innings. Nice hit over, backward point. And again, Stevenson, superb running, makes it into 3. And those 2 wides, costly in the end, an extra 3 runs for the USA, who end up 245 for 9 from their 50 overs. You see the scorecard here. Xavier Marshall, 50 from 67 balls, was excellent throughout. So was Stephen Taylor. Those two shared a big partnership for the second wicket. Taylor making 56. But both threw away a chance to go on and post a big score. Actually, Homraj and Nisarg Patel did the rebuilding in the middle overs. And then Cameron Stevenson, excellent in the end, with 34 from 32. And he helped Kenjigi get 6 from 2 as well, with some superb running between the wickets. And you see Scotland there. Mark Watt, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 33 from his 10 overs. Hamza Tahir taking 2 for 45 as well. And Joshua Davey, 2 for 46. Alistair Evans, 2 for 67. USA finishing up 245 for 9 then from their 50 overs. And when we come back after this brief interval, Scotland will need 246 for victory in this, the 5th match of the Tri-Series here in the UAE as part of the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. We'll be back shortly for that run chase here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. Welcome back to ICC Academy here in Dubai, where Scotland required 246 for victory over the USA. And they will start with Captain Saurabh Netravalkar, who's been so good in this series. Matthew Cross and Carl Kurtz are the two Scotland batsmen who will open up. And a very good afternoon to Paul Radley from the National.
Hi Barney,
Joins
afternoon
us.
mate.
Good. You all right?
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. Set for a intriguing second innings, I'd suggest. Oh, thanks.
Feel like the USA will be happy with that total?
It could have been so much better, couldn't it, with Xavier Marshall and Stephen Taylor set, but to have that mini collapse, 3 wickets falling very quickly in the middle overs, I think they would be happy to make 246, yeah. Certainly very competitive total, should be.
Big appeal. Must have just clipped the front pad on the way through. Netravalkar went up very loudly.
Ambitious shout.
He's brought the ball back in a long way there, though. You were just discussing with one of the coaches up here at ICC Academy about how this pitch has played so far. It's been a bit in it.
His words were that it nibbles a bit, so I think Netravalkar looks to me like the sort of bowler who'd really appreciate this sort of wicket. Saw it the other day. He bowled very well. Darius De Silva also bowled very well for the UAE on a similar pitch here. Just a top of off stump type bowler who can just land the ball on the seam very consistently on a consistent length and then see what it does from that position. A challenge for the batsman.
You described Netravalkar as a metronome. Okay. He very much settles into a line and length.
Seems that way from what we've seen. He has done already today actually. Set for a maiden if he can join this up now. Apology for his appeal.
Yeah, it was a more muted one. A great start from Netravalkar, maiden.
Don't
To
need
kick
to
things off.
apologise. Just asking the question.
And Netravalkar so far in that opening game against the UAE took 5 for 32. Then against Scotland, 1 for 34. It's miserly, and then 3 for 11 from 9 against the UAE. Just a couple of days ago. He's been enormously impressive.
Really sets the example for his team. Wouldn't necessarily look at him and think he's the most spectacular bowler, the fastest or the scariest, but looks very reliable on the evidence of the games we've seen here. Slightly different proposition at the other end with Rusty Theron. Slightly erratic against the UAE the other day, but the bowler, one particularly vicious bouncer to young UAE opener Vritti Aravind, hit him in the grill.
Yeah, Ron seemed to enjoy himself moving here from Sharjah.
That's gentle loosener by the looks of that first one.
Thought he was going to pull up. It looked like he didn't get his run up quite right. Got away with it though. It's Kyle Kurtzer, the man on strike for Scotland. Looking through this Scotland batting lineup, there's plenty of talent all the way down.
There's a lot of firepower in there, isn't there? Callum MacLeod, Richie Berrington, George Munsey, penciled in to come at 6.
Yeah, Michael Jones in there as well. Plenty of batting. When you think of that 4-5-6 of MacLeod, Berrington and Munsey as it's slated down, it's a very impressive middle order, isn't it?
It really is a bit of experience, a lot of power. 2-4-6, fair challenge. They should be confident, I'd have thought, with that batting lineup.
Scotland, of course, came up short by 35 runs 5 days ago against USA. That was in Sharjah. USA put 282 on the board. Scotland got 247 that day. All out. If they can do it today, they'll win. Excellent start from the USA here. 2 maidens to get us underway. Say there's a bit of a Zaire Khan about Saurabh Netravalkar.
Probing start by him. Rusty Theron at the other end.
Lovely stuff from Netravalkar. That nagging line beats the outside edge of Matthew Cross. We've seen that a lot in these games so far. Netravalkar beating batsmen on the outside.
I think they're aware that he swings it back, as we saw that big LBW appeal, so they're often playing for that, and then when it stays straight. Goes across and obviously beats the outside edge.
It's a classic cat and mouse between a left arm seamer and a right-handed batsman. Netravalka's troubled everyone in the first 3 matches. $16 dot balls to start us off. And then off the mark with an authoritative pull. Netravalka just drops a bit too short. And it's dismissed by Cross. Just waits on it and pulls to the leg side. Not a bad way to get off the mark.
You'd have thought he was under pressure until that point with the, like you said, 16 dot balls, and no runs on the board as yet. Just casually dismissed through the leg side.
Into that third over then, Scotland 4 without loss. We expect from these two as an opening partnership, this Scottish pair.
Well, the way this game has started, or this innings I should say, I'd have thought Kurtz's experience will be quite key, because this pitch does allow early movement, or assist I should say, early movement for the ball. So the way the USA bowlers have started, probing line of length, it will be a challenge for the openers. I think we saw in the UAE game the other day, the UAE actually scored quite quickly at the start of their innings against the United States, but lost the game in that time. I was talking to Dougie Brown, the UAE coach, after the game. He had an interesting turn of phrase where he said, you can't win the game in the power play, but you can lose it, and that's what the UAE did. They were 5 down after 10 overs in that game. Even if the Scottish scoring rate is slow for the first 10, so long as they don't lose any wickets, I think that's probably the way to go.
It's edged but safely. Falls short of the fielder. Does it require a bit of patience, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's going to be key, actually. Like we were saying, 240 odd is 247 to win is it's a tough ask, but it's not a massive score. So if the scoring rate does rise a little at the start, shouldn't panic too much as long as they get wickets in hand, and also as we mentioned, they got a real powerful middle order, so yeah, wickets in hand you'd think is key at the start of this innings.
Short. That was quick from Rusty Turon.
It's noticeable, isn't it? The bouncer is much quicker. It's obviously a real left-foot ball. Goes through much faster than the length balls and the fuller balls that he bowls.
Yeah, it's why it could be such an effective delivery for Rusty Tehran. It does get onto the batsman very quickly when he drops it short. He can flirt at times, it feels, between very much medium pace and then quicker.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Yeah, it's strange because it's not like it's definitely bowling slow balls or anything like that, but there's a marked difference between sort of stop medium, fast medium pace that he's bowling and a quick bouncer that he's got.
There it is again. That was through to the keeper. It's down the leg side and called a wide. The carry's been very good on this pitch.
Notice that ball in particular from Alistair Evans earlier on. Cross took right above his head. It's just normal length delivery. Hitting the gloves hard.
Into the fourth over then. Scotland 7. Importantly without loss. A cautious start. From them, Matthew Cross and Carl Kurtzer, the two men at the crease. As we mentioned, very strong batting lineup for Scotland. Just the two so far. Maybe Saurabh Netravalkar. It continues. The wider world often assumes UE pitches are slow turners. Not necessarily the case across the country.
Nope. Sharjah, yes, certainly slow, not necessarily a turner always. That'll be slightly more carry, but still you'd have thought pretty slow. The stadium here, Dubai Sports City, definitely the case. Slow, often turns there as well. But this pitch in particular, at the ICC Academy Oval number 1, is, yeah, I think mentioned on commentary the other day actually, soil specifically imported from Australia. Never knew quite how that was going to work out. Anyway, it was an experiment they took, see if the soil, makeup of soil, makes a difference. ICC Academy been here for about sloppy cricket.
Throwing it back to Homraj. He can't collect it.
That'd be frustrating. Saurabh Netravalkar throwing his arms out. Disappointment at the fielding effort. Built up some pressure. You don't want to let that pressure off with the poor cricket overthrows there.
Yeah, it was poor from the US there. It's one of the lovely quirks of ICC Academy, and testament to the incredible facilities they have, that they have all these pitches from all over the world.
Yeah, it's remarkable, really. It was. I think I'm just trying to think how long the academy's been going for now. It's probably over 10 years, maybe. It's the big thing that I think selling point in terms of the cricket facilities was they're going to import soil from different places, experiment, see if it made a difference. And this is the ground with the Australian soil. It does seem to have a higher bounce than most other grounds.
The second oval behind us, does that soil differ?
Good question, Barney. I'll need to check the exact facts on this, actually.
Lovely punch through the offside. Aaron Jones gives chase and cuts it off. It's a lovely crisp punch off the back foot through the offside. Have the second match of the day behind us taking place, just got underway.
A bit more rowdy than the one-day international going on next door.
Yeah, the ICC Academy team got their first win of the season earlier. Lost 8 up until then. Not the best of form.
Hope for Papua New Guinea. World Cup leagues, got a similar record. Heading to the T20 World Cup, though, first team through, I think.
Yeah, excellent here in the UAE. Cut hard. It's in the air for a while, but good luck getting anywhere near that. Wonderful shot. Just given a bit of width. And Carl Kurtzer frees his hands willingly. Just caught the tail end of it on the replay there. Great shot. All of a sudden, having navigated those first 5 overs, Scotland looking good.
It needs to look slightly easier. Still got to be watchful, I'd say.
This time it's Cross who pulls into the leg side. Didn't quite get all of it, so it won't go all the way. But they run free. It's in the air for a while, but cleared the men in the ring on the leg side. Yeah, it looks like it's a corporate league game by the looks of it behind us.
Could well be. There's a lively atmosphere. I know that much.
Man now coming out to square leg boundary. It's also a man at fine leg. Suggests they're on will go short. Stevenson in front of us at square leg. Just a few yards in off the boundary. Someone who will see bowl at some stage today. Someone who will also bowl very much into the wicket. A slip coming out now as well, moving into short mid-wicket. Another bouncer to end the over. 6 overs in, 19 without loss, Scotland. They require 246 for victory here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. This is the 5th out of 6 matches in this tri-series. Forms the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. USA free from free so far. Moved clear at the summit. Scotland 5 points behind them in second place. Would be some statement if the USA could win all 4 games here.
Yeah, it really would, and obviously, like you say, stretch the lead at the top. Early days in the tournament yet, I think. Is it 32 matches? How many matches? 36. 36 matches. Make up League 2. But 8 games in, sitting pretty. The win today. Odd looking table actually, with one team still yet to play, yet not bottom of the table. Nepal, 6th out of the 7 teams, by dint of PNG having lost all their matches. Yet to start their campaign. Looking forward to their series in February against United States and Oman in home in Kathmandu. I thought that would be a very lively occasion.
A lovely shot through point. This should race away. It just does. It's a lovely shot, punched again through point. As Cameron Stevenson gave chase, nearly made the ground. Matthew Cross rising up on his toes, punching through point. It's a no ball as well, so it'll be a free hit. Nechavalka overstepping the mark. Slower ball bouncer keeps it to a dot ball.
Interesting bit of bowling that, a 3 hit. It's not something we've seen at all. Any short pitch stuff. Obviously second guessing the batsman worked, but perhaps more through luck than judgment. Straight back into the old routine there.
You mentioned Nepal, feverish support in Nepalese cricket.
Great fun watching Nepal play here. Always have superb support. Unfortunate, really. UAE players, only time they ever get to really see a crowd is when they're playing against Nepal. Previous to that, used to have a lot of games against Afghanistan here as well, and that was similar. I think the support for Nepal is even more feverish than it was for Afghanistan, actually.
Yeah, the last time they were here, was it last year?
Just before the USA series, I think. Earlier this year.
And there were huge crowds here. I was here at the Academy a lot of the games. Huge crowds. Very good to see. Now there's a smattering of supporters. Rusty Tehran has a economical run up. See, most of that pace comes from his action. Very big, strong man. It's a raucous game of cricket behind us.
Arab Tech, I think, are the batting team, and they're struggling by the looks of things, or by the sounds of things anyway.
Meanwhile, Rusty Tehran gets through Kyle Kurtzer there. It's quick and cut him in half. Very well bowled. Quick bouncer. Kurtzer did well to get out of the way of it in the end. good bouncer, well directed. And Scotland 24 without loss after 8 overs. Matthew Cross has done the bulk of the run scoring, 16 not out. Carl Kurtzer at the other end on 6. A steady start.
Just what's required, I'd suggest.
You'll be interested to know, Paul, your mention of GIF or GIF.
Yes, I had a similar update. Tim Cutler.
Yep, he was pounced on it.
Yep, you were wrong.
Put me in my place.
I was also wrong for agreeing with you. Unsurprisingly, Peter de la Penna was 100% correct. According to the creator of GIFs, it's out.
Oh, and out. Netravalka, the man who gets the breakthrough, almost inevitably. It's Matthew Cross dangling his bat outside of off stump, and he nicks off behind.
Inside edge, was it?
Oh, yeah, it's just brought back into him. Superb piece of bowling, and a great take from actually Homraj behind the stumps as well.
Difficult going back towards the leg side from that position. Off the catch off the inside edge is a good one. It's quite low as well. Excellent take. Netravalka's deserved that. Just goes to show it's not easy here against this quality of bowling.
And that really moved back into Matthew Cross. And a great take from actually Homraj. Netravalka has been excellent again up top.
Michael Jones has played a lot of shots on the way out to the wicket. Lots of shadow batting.
I still tend to nick off in shadow batting.
Yeah, play and miss. Got that play and miss sorted out on the way out there. He's got an important job to do here. But as clearly evidenced by that delivery, this ball is still moving. Pitch is still providing assistance.
Michael Jones was excellent against USA in Sharjah, 52 from 74 balls. He went into bat at 14 for 1 then, 24 for 1 this time as he enters at 3. Netravalka has been in such good form. Well bowled from Netravalka. Really is a loud game of cricket behind us. Far more noise than on the field for USA versus Scotland. And a big appeal. Netravalka wants a caught behind.
Left his gloves quite high when he decided to bail out. Ooh. He's shaking his head, the batsman.
His hands were very high still.
Well-directed bouncers, not something we've seen other than on the no-ball free hit delivery. Very good bouncer.
take the batsman by surprise as well. Netravalka just stay on that nagging length. Carl Kurtz are on strike now. Face Netravalka. And a dot ball ends the 9th over. Scotland 25 for 1. Still a further 221 runs required for victory. It's been slow going so far. And this USA bowling attack continues to impress. USA seem to be continuing to execute their plans very well with both ball and bat. Would you agree, Paul?
Yep. They'd be well happy with how things are going at the moment, I'd have thought. Got to keep probing. Netravalka in the game against UAE bowled 7, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying, off the reel at the start, and that was the winning and the losing of the game for his side. Hasn't made quite the incisions today, but still been threatening. Certainly thought he'd be bowling the next over at this end. Now very clearly a wide. It's far too short that time. Looped to the wicketkeeper.
Some way over Carl Kurtz's head. That's a very good bouncer from Rusty Tehran. And after the first 10 overs of power play's done, first power play, Scotland 29 for 1. At the same stage, USA were 53 for 1. Give you a bit of a perspective of Scotland's chase. A little bit behind the running. See the one wicket of fall, Matthew Cross. Superbly caught by Akshay Homraj behind the stumps off of Saurabh Netravalkar, whose first 5 overs have gone for just 14. Rusty Tehran as well, 5 overs for 15. It's been a great start from USA. Netravalkar will start with his 6th over. USA on top, Paul?
You can argue with that at present. They'd like to be a couple of wickets further on, I'd have thought, to really say that they are ahead, but the comparison that you just read out, obviously there USA were far advanced in terms of scoring from what Scotland are at present, so yeah, they'll be very happy with their afternoon's work so far.
What are your thoughts on a ball from each end in ODI now? It's necessary?
Well, it's necessary because you're only obviously going to get 25 overs out of the ball, and at no point then will you have the fast that it used to be about getting to 34 overs, whatever it was, and everybody complaining they couldn't see the ball anymore. So doing away with that is a good thing. What a gorgeous shot.
Drive. Superb. From Michael Jones. Absolutely glorious.
He lined up the ball before that quite well. This one's a lovely shot. Oof, textbook.
That's a stunning drive. It's over pitch from Netravalkar. He doesn't offer up too many gimmies. Well, that was, and it was beautifully put away by Michael Jones.
Nice hard new ball, just like you were saying, Barney, 5 overs old. New ball from either end, so get good value when you nail it like that. Races away. What are your thoughts, Barney? Obviously that takes away some things from the game, you'd say. Reverse swing's not so much of a factor in ODI cricket as it once was, probably.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that probably missed the most. Swing in ODI cricket. The balls tend to do quite little in ODI cricket, Phil. May help it do a bit more early on, having 2 new balls. Last a little bit longer. We've seen it here where Netravalka's moved the ball early on, and you'll see it around now, around this sort of time. That movement in the air will start to wane somewhat. Just that sumptuous drive for 4 from that over. Otherwise, typically efficient from Netravalka. I see Rusty Tehran taken out of the attack. Cameron Stevenson come on to bowl for the USA. Stevenson was good against the UAE a couple of days ago.
Did. Got gimme off the first ball that he bowled. Pretty Aravin. Young lad, can't really criticise him too much. Gave his wicket away to the first ball he sent down, and he didn't really look back thereafter, neither did the United States.
See Monak Patel out at square leg on the boundary. Stevenson will bowl into the wicket. Seen him bowl a lot of short balls over the course of these 3 games so far. Tuck through mid-wicket from Kyle Kurtzer. Will Scotland need to target bowlers outside of Netravalka in particular?
Definitely will. Given that he's sent down six already, you'd have thought that there is a slight drop off after the actually top 3 bowlers.
Superbly.
Lovely shot.
Through point from Kurtzer. Given a bit of width. And again, Scotland putting away the bad ball. And beautifully so. Not much foot movement.
No, he looked like he was quite set for it though, didn't he? There's a gap there at cover. Placed it well, raced away. You'll leave us shortly, Paul. So, looking at how things have gone so far, what's your assessment of the first 12 overs of this run chase? Pressure on the Scots, but only 1 wicket down. So, They haven't lost the game. They've built a little bit of a platform. Rate hasn't got away from them. 5.1 required, definitely doable from here on in. So I'd have thought both sides would be moderately satisfied. Perhaps even USA would be the slightly more aggrieved of the two not to have picked up a couple more wickets. Scotland will be happy at this stage.
Oh, and a
what
superb
a
catch.
What a take.
It's that man, Stephen Taylor, again. He pulled off an absolute beauty in the UAE game just 2 days ago, and he's followed it up with another. What a catch this is. It's Cameron Stevenson who takes the wicket, and Kyle Kurtzer top edges it, trying to flick it into the leg side, and Taylor.
Wow. What a take.
One-handed, diving full stretch. Kurtzer goes for 13 from 32 balls. An absolute stunner from Stephen Taylor. You can't tire of watching him in the field.
We mentioned earlier on how athletic he is. An excellent player to watch with the bat, but in the field is superb. This take. Full length, one-handed, an inch off the ground. Brilliant. Could be decisive as well. Important player, the Scotland captain.
Yeah, an absolute brilliant piece of fielding from Stephen Taylor. He keeps you on the edge of your seat, doesn't he?
So entertaining to watch. What a take that was.
Absolute blinding catch from Stephen Taylor. Scotland 39 for 2 after 12 overs. Callum McLeod is the new man in. What a fantastic catch that was to finish Cameron Stevenson's over. Been very fortunate to see some incredible catches during this series. Netravalka continuing here in his 7th over. Smit Patel from CricClubs joins us. Smit, you were mentioning earlier on that you spoke about Netravalka with one of his partners in crime.
Yes, I was talking to Rusty Theron, who was obviously played some amount of international cricket for South Africa, has been drafted into 2 IPL sides, played in 4 seasons in all with Deccan Chargers, the erstwhile Deccan Chargers, around it's called Sunrisers Hyderabad, but his peak performance obviously came in the IPL with Kings and Punjab, ruffling feathers with the likes of Brett Lee, Yuvraj Singh. Yeah, so it was a pretty candid chat. I was talking to him at the team hotel, and so obviously Saurabh Netravalkar wasn't present over there, but he was of the opinion that Saurabh Netravalkar can bowl in any conditions. He has the finesse, he has that cricketing brain, he has that action, and he has that accuracy to be able to be adapt himself, acclimatize himself, be it in this arid and desertic conditions of UAE, be it the place where he played the Under-19 World Cup in New Zealand, or be it in the Dust Bowls of Florida. So it was something of significance because he was positively envious about Saurabh Netravalkar's skills. And he was heaping praise in Saurabh Netravalkar's absence over there. It wasn't as if the guy was present over there and he was saying it there on his face. So
Trying to get better spells from his captain. None of that.
yes. I like the camaraderie in the US team as well. I've been around with these boys in Miami as well. I was staying in the team hotel. I am quite well versed with some of these guys, speak their language as well. A pretty closely knit unit, if I can put it like that, especially after what they've been through in Bermuda, getting a lot of flack on social media. Close there, Saurabh Netravalkar bowling a longish opening spell.
Yeah, we've seen him do this so far during this tri-series. Both 7 overs at the start. Just because he's been so good. You imagine he'll come out of the attack now to save some for later on.
He should. He has all the skills in the world to bowl at the death as well, as seen in the previous encounter between these two teams. Picking wickets at will, isn't he? In Dubai, in the UAE.
He's been immensely impressive. And as you say, Rusty Tehran was communicating, is the skill set that Netravalkar has is quite remarkable.
I'll share another interesting bit of information with our viewers. Saurabh Netravalkar works for Oracle, the IT company in California, world-renowned IT company, and he is also a computer engineer from the University of Mumbai. He obviously played for the Mumbai Ranji Trophy team, and during his time, just after he graduated and while he was still actively a Mumbai cricketer, he developed this app. I don't know if it's an iOS app or an Android app, an app for pace bowlers to basically self-coach themselves. Wasn't a huge commercial success the way Damien's Fleming Bolologist cricketing app is, but I reckon
Very well bowled. Great Yorker from Cameron Stevenson.
But I reckon it was quite a feat for a young man in his early 20s, barely out of college, to be able to release an app like that. He's got brains, especially wonderful cricketing brains. Bumped that one in by Stevenson. Left alone by the batsman. Such a likable character, Stevenson, isn't he? Barney gives it all in the field, handy with the bat, uses his long levers at the end to go for those huge hits. Pretty nippy off the track. Someone you would love to have on your side, Barney.
Yeah, he was excellent. Especially his running between the wickets at the end of that USA first innings. That's a great stop. Kenjiki in there, saving a certain boundary. There's no men out other than third man on the offside. And that was firmly struck. A great piece of fielding.
Yes. Supremely fit, Nosthaj Kanjige. Quite eager to see his performance in the field today, especially his bowling. A lot rests on his shoulders. If the USA were to defend this target, he is the lead spinner. In absence of Karim Agor, he'll have Nisak Patel on his side to give a few overs to this USA bowling unit.
Taylor as well, should they need his off spin.
He'll be an important weapon in USA's arsenal if the lefties come around, taking the ball away. Has that impeccable arm ball as well.
It's pulled very nicely into the leg side. They pick up 3. Scottish pair. It's Michael Jones pulling really nicely into the leg side there. It wasn't too short. He still worked it very well.
These two would want to continue their good work, especially the way they performed in the last ODI against USA. Both of them went on to score half centuries, but eventually failed to get Scotland over the line.
Netvalga does come out of the attack, and it'll be Ian Holland who replaces him.
Ian Holland likes to make things happen. You'll see a lot of change in pace. Has a lot of skills up his sleeve. Your typical modern cricketer. Plays for Hampshire in the Specsavers County Championship. Scored 143 opening the batting for the Hampshire second 11. It's 2019 season. Left alone. Still having a lot of men in the circle, Barney. On the attack, still on the attack, USA. An uncharacteristically slow start from Scotland. The 15th over, still 45 for 2.
Very good start this from Ian Holland. 3 dot balls. Beginning of his first over. He beats the man at point. It will be cut off. Isai Patel doing the fielding. And there's Monak Patel that was beaten at point. Squirted away through the offside.
Ian Holland bowls the same pace as so does Darius De Silva. And Darius De Silva was incredibly effective with his dibbly-dobbly outswingers yesterday. It'll be interesting to see if Ian Holland is successful with the same pace he bowls with Darius De Silva. It'll be interesting to see if the early 120s is the right kind of pace for this track as well.
The end of the 15th over. Scotland 48 for 2 in pursuit of 246 for victory over the USA. We'll have a quick drink. Smith, thanks for sharing that insight and your conversation you had with Rusty Theron. Fascinating to hear.
Thank you very much, Barney. Thanks for having me.
Just have a quick break here at the ICC Academy in Dubai and be back shortly for the resumption after these brief drinks. Scotland 48 for 2 then. We resume. Cameron Stevenson with the ball. It's Michael Jones who just gets off strike, turning off his hip for one. Bring Callum McLeod on to face Cameron Stevenson. Scotland still require 197 runs then. 34.5 overs. This is the 5th match of 6 in this ODI tri-series. McLeod leaps onto it, short and wide, and he's cut through point. Beats Kenjige and races away for 4. Picked up the length so quickly. Callum McLeod and dispatched it through point for 4. How will Stevenson respond? As a result of that shot, Aaron Jones has gone out to the point boundary. There's also a third man and a fairly square, fine leg. And then a square leg Monaik Patel halfway between the 30-yard circle and the boundary rope. Imagine this is a catching position Monaik Patel is in. A square leg. He gives chase now through mid-wicket. Keep it to 2. Bounce is very short and it's gone wide over the head of Akshay Homraj, and for 4, now for 5 wides even. Karen Stevenson so short that time. Akshay Homraj had no chance. He got a bit of a hand to it, and it looks like he's hurt himself in the process, the USA wicketkeeper, of trying to collect that bouncer, and he'll have some treatment from the physio. It could be a dislocated finger. Homraj. Homraj just getting some treatment. It's a poor delivery from Stevenson. You see the scorecard here. Matthew Cross and Carl Kurtz are the 2 men to go. Kurtz at that superb catch from Stephen Taylor to remove him. Michael Jones 15 from 22, Callum McLeod 8 from 11. Still plenty of batting left to come in this Scotland lineup. USA, Saurabh Natravalkar again, absolutely impeccable with the new ball. 1 for 20 from his 7 overs, and Cameron Stevenson, the other man to pick up the wicket. Homraj is actually coming off the pitch now. Monaik Patel will take the gloves, and Elmore Hutchinson come on to field. Doesn't look good for Akshay Homraj. He's holding his left hand in quite some pain as he's taken off the pitch. Cameron Stevenson will continue. Callum McLeod on strike. It'll be interesting to see how Monaik Patel does behind the stumps, taking over the gloves after that injury to Akshay Homraj. Stevenson short again. It's well directed. Michael Jones opens a face and runs it down to third man. For a minute it looked like he may have just fed it into the hands of Monaik Patel. He gets it just wide enough of the stand-in wicketkeeper. Scotland 62 for 2 after 16 overs. Still need 184 for victory. 34 overs to do so in. We're set up for another fascinating game of cricket here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. Ian Holland again starting well, 3 dot balls. Getting plenty of encouragement from his USA teammates. The end of a very good over from Ian Holland. He's gone for just 1 from it. His first 2 overs have cost just 4. Scotland 63 for 2 after 17. Good pressure being built here by the US, whose bowlers have been superb through this tri-series thus far. Michael Jones tries to unleash a big drive outside off stump. Cameron Stevenson beats that outside edge. And Stevenson now dotting up his first 3 balls, just like Ian Holland did in the over previous. And a 4th as well. Great pressure being built here by the US. This time, Michael Jones given width, and he cuts hard, top edges it, and it goes all the way for 6. Over third man's head. Cries of catch it. See the width he's given. I say, if you're going to flash, flash hard, and he did just that. It went all the way for 6 over third man. Xavier Marshall down there. I'd have thought he was in the game for a moment, but the ball just sailed over his head. Michael Jones picks up 6. Stevenson, a great response. Yorker and a dot to finish the over. Ian Holland, who continues. It's in his 3rd over now, Holland. And Monank Patel has his lid on. He's coming up to the stumps. To Holland's medium pace. Will make the Scotland batsmen think twice about using their feet. To Holland. And it's an exquisite drive from Callum McLeod through mid-off. We're lucky to see some fantastic shots today, and that's right up there with the best of them. Holland over pitching, it's in the slot. And McLeod, a gorgeous drive through mid-off. It's a partnership worth 34 now for the 3rd wicket. May have been slow going at times, but both look very composed now. McLeod moves on to 14, while Michael Jones is 23 not out. As he comes on to strike to face Holland. Jones pushed in the offside for a single to end the 19th over. Gets a ripple of applause from his team on the sidelines. 6 runs from that over from Ian Holland. It'll be Cameron Stevenson. Start the 20th over. Michael Jones on strike for Scotland. He has 24 not out to his from 35 deliveries. And a big appeal, and it's given. LBW. Cameron Stevenson has his man. And Michael Jones, who was looking very good for his 24, is trapped in front. It's a big appeal. A confident one from USA. And you can see why on the replay. Can't have many complaints with that. And Scotland 75 for free. This after 19.1 overs. As Richie Berrington makes his way to the crease. Cameron Stevenson has his second wicket. This USA bowling attack continues to impress. Been excellent throughout. And just continue to exert real pressure on the opposition and picking up key wickets at key times. That'll be a big prize on Richie Berrington's head. Superb player. He's already been exceptional in the field. With another superb catch today. Hit a well-made 34 against Scotland in Sharjah. And with 171 still required, Scotland will be hoping for a big innings from Berrington. Such an integral figure in this Scottish side. It's loose from Stevenson. Full toss down the leg side. It's called a wide. Short and quick from Stevenson. Must have been another one that's close to being a wide overhead height, but not given. Just called as his one bouncer for the over. It's one above shoulder height. The third man gets Berrington off the mark. Brings Callum McLeod back onto strike. And he's greeted by a bouncer first up. Umpire saying Stevenson's second bouncer for the over. As I mentioned previously, Stevenson uses that short ball frequently. And then goes very full. It's well fielded. Thought initially, but it's broken through Rusty Tehran and gone for 4. Very confident drive. Looked like Rusty Tehran had made it down. He ended up being beaten quite comprehensively. Got a hand to it. Good way for Scotland to end the over. 81 for 3 after 20. Still need 165 more for victory. And they still have batting to come as well. George Munsey should be in next. Joshua Davey as well. More than capable batsman. USA's standout again is Netravalka, 1 for 20, and Cameron Stevenson's picked up 2. Very handy contribution from him for his side. Ian Holland continues. See Monak Patel, standing keeper, has gone back, having stood up previously. Holland so often starts very well, dotting up his first few balls, bowling wicket to wicket, making the Scottish batsman play every single delivery. And his captain, Saurabh Netravalka, liked that one. Encouraging his bowler, who again dots his first 3 balls up of the over. And a 4th, very good from Ian Holland. We have joining us again Peter Della Penna from ESPN Cricket. Hello Peter, good afternoon.
Glorious afternoon here in Dubai Sports City. And a hearty good morning to everybody who's watching in Scotland. It's still morning by 2 minutes in the UK. And a very, very, very hearty good morning to anybody who's woken up at 7 a.m. in New York, or is burning the midnight oil at 4 a.m. in San Francisco, the new home of USA Cricket headquarters, to tune into what is turning into a very fascinating chase here. I was having a chat with Paul Radley and Smit Patel over on the mid-on boundary. We're all scratching our heads to try and figure out who is actually in front here. Scotland have wickets in hand, but grinding their way through the early stages here. And Cameron Stevenson, who's got the ball in hand now for the start of the 22nd over, just continues to impress time after time.
It's another very good short ball, very well directed. Richie Berrington does well to get on top of that and play it safely into the offside in the end. Yeah, Stevenson's been very impressive during this series. With bat, with ball in the field. He's running between the wickets. I'm very impressed by him. It's Berrington this time. He's given width to free his arms and he's cut over point. It goes all the way for 6. The ball just seemed to carry on going.
Richie Berrington's done a lot of special things today, but this might top the list. The flourish. That uppercut high over backward point, over deep third man. Xavier Marshall can only watch it go over the white picket fence here. What a shot off a pace bowler.
And he follows up with a lovely drive through the covers. And it goes all the way for 4 again. Looked like Aaron Jones got a hand on it in there in cover. Not a strong enough one to stop it. A lovely shot again from Berrington.
And doesn't he know it? Striking the pose. Very hard to find a hole in Berrington's technique at the moment. Uppercutting USA's fastest bowler here, bowling 83, 84, 85 miles an hour over backward point, and then he pitches it up, drives him firmly through the covers.
It's a great response from Stevenson. It's a quick bouncer. It's gone through the hands of Monak Patel and away for 4 byes. Some untidy glove work from the man who's stood in for Akshay Homraj after his injury.
And this is something that I think will be a discussion point after this tour. Akshay Homraj and Monak Patel rotated wicket-keeping duties in Trinidad. Neither one really stood out, in part because neither one could stay on the field. Both were having issues wicket-keeping and staying fit behind the stumps. So Akshay Homraj try and save what turned into 5 wides earlier. Injured his hand, is off the field.
And Berrington this time goes through point. Aaron Jones gives chase. And he does very well to catch up with it and keep it in play. And it's free to Berrington. Very productive over this.
And this is the big over Scotland's needed to get back into control of the run rate here. Already 17 runs off the first 5 balls. Berrington, exquisite timing once again. Excellent work by Jones to hustle to deny that 4th run. Track it back. But again, Monak Patel didn't really make a convincing case in Trinidad why he should be considered as a first choice keeper. And you can see why those 4 byes, very simple take, even though it was a bumper. There's no reason why it should have gone for any byes at all. And 4 free runs go to the total for Scotland. And if Homraj can't stay fit behind the stumps, it's going to create a dilemma for the selectors going forward for USA's next assignment in this League 2 competition against Nepal and Oman in February in Kathmandu.
That ends Stevenson's over. It's an expensive one. Gone for 18 from it, and Scotland bring up their 100. 100 for free after 22 overs. It's incredible what one big over can do. It changes the outlook. Brings that run rate required down.
A good candidate potentially to push for a place in the USA team as a wicketkeeper. Mentioned before, a young up-and-coming talent, Rahul Jariwala out of California. He's only 16 years old. The only real issue why he wouldn't be a slam dunk proposition is the fact that he would need to get permission to take some time off from high school out in California. Otherwise, another option, do they want to go back to Jaskaran Malhotra? Do they want to go back to Ibrahim Khalil, a former captain? As outlandish as that seems, because of all the internal team issues that arose when he made his exit from the team. It was an internal war of sorts between him and a few other players, senior players, some of whom are still in this squad. And would that disrupt team chemistry if he were to come back, as good a keeper as he is?
And with Monak Patel up to the stumps, that catches a little bit of Callum McLeod's shirt, or maybe a thigh pad, and flies away for 4 leg byes. And we're obviously mentioning Richard Aravind from the UAE's come in, 17-year-old wicket keeper. Maybe the US selectors will be taking note.
The only contrast in that, I would say, is that if you come from a quote-unquote British education model like he is, in that kind of sixth form stage, if you tell somebody you're going to represent your country in a cricket environment, there's a lot of sympathy and respect involved. If you're a kid growing up in California, you say, I need to go play cricket, and I need to take time off, even if it is for USA. I'm not sure how sympathetic some teachers would be if they hear you're playing for the USA cricket team versus the USA basketball team.
A bit of a harder sell.
When you get to university level, this is something I always found fascinating. Even NCAA Division I scholarship athletes in a sport like basketball or football have a very difficult time with certain professors getting the permission and the leeway to miss classes. It's fairly common practice at most universities now that scholarship athletes get to do their course selection before any other students. In theory, it's supposed to be a random draw for when the students get to sign up and take their courses and how quickly a course fills up. But athletes are the exception. They get to choose their classes first so that it accommodates their practice schedules, their match schedule, depending on the sport, to limit the amount of time they miss. So generally speaking, athletes will have either very, very early morning classes, get their classes out of the way by noon, and then they go to practice at noon or 1 o'clock. So that they're not in a situation where they have to struggle to miss class in the afternoon if they've got to get a bus in the late afternoon to head to a match. But that's when you get to university level. It's even more difficult when you're at high school level in the U.S. And even still, those athletes, they have to get special dispensation if they need to take an exam on the road. They've got special tutors that travel with the team. And that's all part of the NCAA support system. You don't have a special tutor traveling with the U.S. national team for cricket to help with athlete academic support. So there's all sorts of logistical considerations that have to be taken into account. It just don't exist right now for U.S. cricket.
It's Kenjigi who comes into the attack for the first time, replacing Cameron Stevenson. As he said, has been superb again today. It looked a painful blow, that to Homraj. Went off the pitch clutching his hand. Quite some pain. With Kareem Agor already sidelined.
Dropping like flies here in Dubai, Barney. Elmore Hutchinson's been on the field as a sub for most of the innings.
Driven nicely from Callum McLeod. Aaron Jones is out there, just be one. Aaron Jones as well, after he fielded the ball in cover where he just got a finger on it, went for 4. A couple of overs ago, he was clutching his finger as well.
He was off the field earlier. He's limping around there now on the sweeper boundary. One guy we haven't seen come out yet today, Timil Patel. It's the last man on the bench. Hasn't played at all this tour. USA's all-time leading wicket taker. 50 over cricket, which itself presents an interesting dilemma. Timil's 36 years old now. He's getting up there in age. And wonder how much he has left in the tank.
Looks like Timil Patel's come on at point. Rusty Tehran has been off as well. Those two will swap again by the looks of it now. Scotland end that 24th over, 112 for free. Is it a surprise that Timil Patel's not featured so far in this series?
Not entirely, because he's somebody who, against higher class bowling traditionally over the years, he's struggled because he bowls so slowly through the air, and he was really not effective on that Super 50 tour, again, facing that higher standard of batsman that you get in the West Indies. When you've got players who are not afraid to use their feet to come down the pitch to him, as was the case in Trinidad, he doesn't have extravagant turn. He bowls slowly enough through the air that you can use your feet and feel comfortable doing it. And he wasn't taking wickets. And here we see Nisark Patel coming on for the first time. Bowls left arm spin. Again, coming into the lineup for the last 2 matches for USA. Left arm spinning all-rounder. Line up more for his batting at the moment, but getting an opportunity here. Bowls quick through the air. The thing that concerns me about Timil being on the bench, I've written about this the last few years, he's somebody who at this stage of his career, if he's 36 years old, yes, he's USA's leading wicket taker, but if he's not playing and he's riding the bench every match, why are you bringing him on tour? You don't bring 36-year-olds who are your all-time leading wicket taker to sit on the bench. He should either be playing every match or he shouldn't be on the tour at all, is my philosophy on the matter. If he's going to be sitting on the bench on a tour like this and not playing, why aren't you bringing a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, 22-year-old, somebody who you can groom for the future, somebody like an Usman Ashraf out of New York, a young up-and-coming leg spinner who was in the USA team in September 2018 and October 2018, played 2 tours, hasn't played since. Is somebody who in his first series took a hat-trick for USA in North Carolina. Showed reasonable promise in terms of his wicket-taking ability. Struggled with his control at times, which is why he wasn't getting picked consistently. But when he did land the ball, he was a threat to take wickets because he just did get so much turn, a lot more turn than Timil does. And he's somebody who, if he's getting to soak up the environment, come on a tour like this, it's a much greater benefit to a 22, 23, 24-year-old to sit and learn.
Love reverse sweep. And it should run away for 4. And it does. Lovely quick hands from Callum McLeod. He worked the angle very nicely down to third man.
You can tell he's getting into a mood today when he starts pulling out the sweep, the reverse sweep on this occasion. Connected it beautifully, picked the line. There was not really much risk in that shot because it was pitching on about 4th, 5th stump. So LBW is out of the picture. Third man up in the ring, very safe shot.
Yeah, and the key there was the line. Wonder if the same case could be made for the man doing the fielding there, Elmore Hutchinson, as you're mentioning about Timur Patel. Experienced elder statesman.
Well, I feel exactly the same. If he's not playing, he's 37, and he's sitting on the bench all tour. Why did you bring him? Again, with Timel, they're number 1 and 2 all time in terms of the leading wicket takers for USA in 50 over cricket. But if they're at a stage of their career now where you're not going to pick them in the starting 11 at that age, why are you bringing them on tour at all? They should be playing every match or not at all. The only redeeming factor for Hutchinson compared to Timel is that you've got a situation where for a fast bowler, you've got to be a bit more proactive in terms of squad depth. Fast bowlers are taxed in these kind of conditions, or there's an injury. You need that extra squad depth to cover for that. But it hasn't been an issue really on this tour for these guys. And the only other issue as well, Ian Holland, we've mentioned it, he's contracted to Hampshire, so after February, March, he's going to go back to England for the county season. He's not going to be available for USA in the USA home summer. So if you want to keep Hutchinson around in light of that, Hutchinson may turn back into a first-choice player when Ian Holland is unavailable. But still, the broader point stands. Why not bring somebody like Akesha Papasetti? Young, up-and-coming fast bowler out of Texas. If you've decided Jesse Singh was underperforming in the Super 50 and Jesse Singh wasn't worth persisting with, then why not give an opportunity to another young player? Again, just like UAE has. Jonathan Figge, he hasn't played yet, okay. But still, having a 17, 18-year-old soak up the team environment, get a taste of what's required for international cricket, that will stand him in very good stead in the long run if you project him to be a key cog in the UAE setup in the long term.
To counter that, is it important for the US though to have the likes of Hutchinson and Patel, Timur Patel, in the side for their experience to help other members of the squad?
I would say yes to that, except how much experience does USA need? There's really no other young players in the team that they would be imparting that experience on, with the exception of Kareem Agor, who hasn't shown like he needs that kind of help. Is Timur Patel there to offer experience to Stephen Taylor? No. Stephen Taylor has already played more matches than Timur Patel, and he's 10 years younger. Is Elmore Hutchinson there to offer senior experience to Rusty Turan? If he is, I'm worried for Rusty Turan, because Rusty Turan has played for South Africa and has an extensive resume of his own. Cameron Stevenson, is he there to lend an ear to Cameron Stevenson? Again, I sure hope not, because Cameron Stevenson has played at a very high standard of cricket in Australia. If it was the case where, yeah, USA was loaded with guys between the age of 20 and 24, where you needed that senior figure to shepherd some of these guys, absolutely can understand having two guys around the setup, whether they're playing or not, in Elmore Hutchinson and Timur Patel. But that's not the case with USA. The rest of the squad, broad squad, is a very, very, very experienced unit.
Nisar Patel to continue. His partnership worth 49 now for the fourth wicket. Very good from Richie Berrington and Callum McLeod. feel the longer Scotland keep these wickets intact, the further ahead they will move. It's still very much in the balance though, Peter.
Well, these two guys notoriously over the years have batted some of Scotland's finest partnerships, Callum McLeod and Richie Barrington. They've got such fantastic chemistry. And single brings up the 50 stand for them. Unsurprisingly for Scotland followers, these guys have had some legendary partnerships together. And it was the case very much so in Sharjah when these two were together in that match. It felt like Scotland had the game in hand. If you get one of these two guys out and break that chemistry that these two guys have together, all of a sudden you feel like USA is back in front.
Yeah, it was very much the case in Sharjah. These two were going very well. As soon as USA broke the partnership, they opened the door. And they didn't turn back after that. And they could do with a breakthrough sooner rather than later. The US. Scotland now need 121 from 23 overs. Animated game of cricket behind us continues to go on. Big shouts from the guys watching their teammates from the boundary. We were talking about how impressive Cameron Stevenson has been on this tour so far, Peter, and it's been in every department, hasn't it? You're mentioning on commentary a couple of days ago as well about a lot of the USA players not playing reverse sweeps and the like. We saw Stevenson get one out earlier on. This brings a new dynamic to this side.
Absolutely. I was having a conversation with a Scotland supporter who was quite disappointed with the lack of Yorkers he was seeing from Scotland at the death, commenting how nobody is scooping or sweeping, reverse sweeping. Where's the Yorker?
Barrington goes over. Tries to go over the top. It's an inside edge, but gets one down to long off.
And then within moments of him saying that, all of a sudden we saw that. We saw Kenjige playing a scoop. It's quite remarkable seeing USA's tailenders trying those shots, whereas the established batsmen are much more hesitant.
Is that for fear of dismissal? They might get a scolding for getting out trying to be inventive, or is it a lack of skill?
I think it's more the latter. There's just not been as much time spent practicing those shots prior to coming up to this level. The slightest bit of evidence that was in that direction was from Timil Patel, ironically, at World Cricket League Division 2. In Namibia in April, in that tournament, he was playing kind of a floating role, coming in different parts of the order, depending on the stage of the match. And there were a couple occasions, one in particular against Hong Kong, where I think he scored something like 27 off 8, 27 off 9 balls, something like that. Very quick knock.
Callum McLeod flicking it through mid-on. Very nice shot. It's over pitch by Nisai Patel. Callum McLeod, you see, he's in very good touch when he wristily flicks this through mid-on. Great shot.
Bit of a flourish, a mini helicopter.
Lovely piece of timing. As Peter says, full of a flourish at the end.
Shots like that shows you why he's the reigning ICC Associate Player of the Year. He's been in sensational form now for the best part of 2 years. Just finishing that point about Timmel, he was really only the only guy on that tour who was doing that kind of stuff, this reverse sweeps, the scoops, to a lesser extent Hayden Walsh Jr. as well. Obviously Hayden Walsh Jr. no longer in the USA side, he's playing with West Indies now. Timmel on the bench. Those are the only guys who are really attempting those kind of things, and without them in the lineup, again, there's that lack of dynamic stroke play to just disrupt the rhythm of bowlers and create different scoring options, manipulating the field, that you see somebody like Callum McLeod do so well.
Yeah, a number of this Scottish side have that skill set to just show a bit more invention, to work the gaps. You'll see it with George Munsey if he comes in, slated to come in next. He will sweep and reverse sweep at will.
Had some people tweeting at me, scratching their heads after the last match, wondering, why is George Munsey coming in at number 6? That's his usual position in this Scotland lineup for one-day cricket. Everybody knows he's penciled in as an opener in T20 cricket because he brings that dynamic stroke play right at the top. They want to get him in there for the maximum amount of overs in a T20 match, especially utilizing the power play. But for one-day cricket, he's seen much more as a finisher, somebody who is not going to soak up dot balls. If he's manipulating the field like that, he's scoring very efficiently off every delivery, in addition to disrupting bowlers who are trying to either land their Yorkers in the pace department or try and contain in the spin department.
And US trying to make something happen. They know how important this partnership is. Worth 60 now between Berrington, who's 24 not out, and McLeod, 39 not out. So much so, USA are bringing captain Surab Netravalka back into the attack, looking to make something happen as they go in pursuit of a 4th wicket. Do you think Scotland have got that right with Munsey in ODI cricket? His role at 6.
The only reason against him coming up to open is because over the course of the last several years in one-day cricket, Kyle Kutzer and Matthew Cross have had such a fantastic chemistry as an opening partnership.
Lovely drive again from Callum McLeod. Aaron Jones has been a busy man in the field today. Cuts that off, keeps it a 2.
And if there was no Matthew Cross there, you could say, without any hesitation, George Munsey should be and would be opening the batting. But they've got really 3 options for 2 spots there in the opening role, and Cross isn't as dynamic at the death as Munsey is. If Cross was as belligerent at the death as Munsey, it would be an option at their disposal. You could see them conceivable making that switch to have Muncy at the top, but Cross tends to be a little bit slower starter, and that's why he's penciled in as the opener. Lights coming on a bit early, Barney. It's only 4:30 local time, and still plenty of sunshine as the sun sets behind the ICC Academy to the west. And yet, they've decided to go with the artificial light to lessen the shadows.
Yeah, it is. It is early. It does feel like it's brightened the place up though, almost immediately. From a Scottish perspective, it's a good problem to have. Such a wealth of riches at the top of the order.
That's part of the reason why they've had such a strong showing over the last several years in associate cricket. Their batting depth is arguably better than anybody else at associate level. I'd say the batting depth is even better than the Netherlands. Netherlands has a much more dynamic bowling attack than Scotland does. Their fast bowling in particular is much more threatening, with the likes of Brandon Glover, Paul van Meekeren, the left arm option with Fred Clausen, Tim van der Hoekten when he's available. He's not playing for Glamorgan. Very, very fearsome pace attack. And then you've got Peter Salar as a spinner, the captain, along with Roelof van der Merwe. They don't have quite the same batting depth as Scotland has. And Scotland's ability to compete against the likes of an England and a Zimbabwe is largely due to the fact that they've been able to consistently post 300-plus scores against those teams. And you don't often see associate teams post 300-plus scores against anybody, let alone full-member competition. Scotland has done that, and that's down to their batting depth, which is just so solid. You can see it on the scorecard there. This partnership now at 63 between McLeod on 42 and Barrington on 24.
Yeah, you see Cameron Stevenson with 2 for 50 so far from his 6. And that Travalka, the other man to pick up a Scottish wicket. Nisarg Patel continues. Scotland still need 108 runs for victory. 19.5 overs remaining. Just under 5.5 an over required from here on out. For Scotland, you want to try and put a dent in that gap between them and USA, who are at the top of ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. And a lovely sweep shot. Richie Berrington. There's no man out there on the square leg fence. Barrington gets a big stride in and sweeps for 4.
Too far down the legs. He picked the line, swept that more on line than on length. Barrington did. And pitching outside leg stump. LBW really taken out of the equation there. Very safe shot. And Edge Falker no chance at short fine leg.
Yeah, with no man out other than Aaron Jones at mid-wicket, it's a very poor line to be bowling from Nisarg Patel. Very, very leg side. You can't get away with things like that against someone as good as Richie Berrington. What is it about these two players, Richie Berrington and Callum McLeod? Partnership now worth 70, 145 for free after 31 overs. What is it about these two that work so well at the crease, Peter? Is it they've played a lot of cricket together down the years? Is it just their games suit each other well?
Part of it is what you touched on there. They've been playing basically a decade together, whether it's coming up through age group cricket or in the senior national team itself. It's very rare to have the kind of chemistry that these two guys have together just through volume of matches, first and foremost, that they played together. And their playing styles are very complementary as well. Cal McLeod, more often than not, more of a boundary striker. Whereas Berrington, although he's capable of that, a lot of people sometimes forget he's got Scotland's first ever T20 century, T20I century against Bangladesh back at a time when Berrington opened the batting in T20 cricket for Scotland. Much more accustomed to being a middle order player now, but at one point in time, that's what role he had. And even though you saw him do it against Ian Holland, he's capable of unleashing the boundaries. He's also very content to support the striker who's in rhythm.
We're seeing that here. Callum McLeod looking in fine fettle, who's the 45.
And if he's coming in behind Cal McLeod, generally that's going to mean that Callum McLeod is already well set coming in by the time Berrington arrives. So it's incumbent upon Richie Berrington to just rotate the strike, keep him in rhythm. And he's somebody who, on or off the field, he's a very calm character, rarely gets flustered. One of those guys who's got ice water in his veins. He's a calm character you want at the crease to support you. Those kind of shots, that's all you need to do. Just a very one-day cricket shot, running the ball off the open face to third man. Does the basics. Keeps McLeod on strike as often as possible. And before you know it, they've got a 72-run partnership in progress.
Yeah, he's very efficient at rotating the strike. And as you say, Peter, he never looks like the situation's getting the better of him. Always looks in complete control of his game. And the situation as well.
Because they have such a good stand going, a very interesting strategic gamble happening at the moment with USA. Netravalkar has been USA's best death bowler really all week here in the UAE, and yet after a 7-over spell to open with the new ball, they've brought him back really because they sense they've got to do something special to break this stand. He's now burnt his 8th over and in progress his 9th over, 2 balls left. If he doesn't strike here, you wonder who's going to fill in that role at the death if it lasts that long for USA.
Yeah, it feels like a big play here. Netravalkar bringing himself into the attack again. To go in search of a very important wicket. They need to break this partnership, the USA, if they're going to go on and win this.
If there's one moment you want to put an asterisk around where they got back into control of Scotland, it would be that 22nd over by Cameron Stevenson. Cameron Stevenson struck in the 20th over. At that stage, it was 81 for 3. And then with Berrington new to the crease, his very next over, Stevenson leaked 14 in terms of his own bowling figures, and then 4 byes as well after the change that took place with Monak Patel taking over the gloves. That 18-run over, all of a sudden, Scotland, who seemed well behind for a good chunk of that first 20-over phase of play, just that 1 over corrected their run rate, and where they were inching very close to having a required run rate of 6. Since that over, they've never been threatened in terms of approaching a required run rate anywhere near 6. They've kept things very much in control, getting 4, 5, 6 runs and over since that big 18-run chunk over in the 22nd. And with this partnership now at 72, you feel like Scotland very much in command, needing just 99 off the last 18 overs.
Yeah, and the players having drinks now, the umpires as well. And it'll be a time for the US to regroup. 147 for free Scotland, 18 overs remaining, need 99 for victory. We mentioned it on commentary the other day. Drinks bring wickets. That's what the USA will be saying when they come back on to the field, hoping that this break disrupts the pair of Richie Berrington and Callum McLeod, who are going superbly so far for this 4th wicket. Partnership worth 72. Will Netravalka bowl out now? He's got burnt up, as you said, 9 of his overs. 1 for 25 so far. Nisai Patel to bowl this next over. But from the following end, Peter, you expect Netravalka to bowl up his 10th rather than save one for the death?
I think he will save it. My guess is he'll save it for the 46th, 47th, somewhere around there.
It's in the air for a long time. It's Rusty Theron there at cover, diving to his right. Couldn't quite get there.
He was wrong-footed. Shot went to his right, and he was leaning left. He was trying to anticipate the drive, going a bit squarer, and instead it went straighter. And just that weight shift going to his left instead of to his right turned that from a possible chance into a safe shot through the air, only about 4 or 5 feet wide of Tehran.
It was Richie Berrington who was driving in the air through cover. You imagine the US won't be too put off by that shot. And with hard hands playing away from his body.
You mentioned drinks break, bringing wickets. Aaron Jones fell in the first over at drinks against UAE a couple days ago.
And he's given it. And we're just saying the drinks brings wickets. And Nisai Patel with a vital breakthrough. Richie Berrington getting that sweep out again. This time caught very much in front of all 3.
No doubt about that one. Hit on the back leg, very, very full. Was straightening. Gonna rip out middle and leg stump. Berrington crossed with himself. Haven't got such a fantastic start. And just after bringing up the Scotland 150, he's got to go for 36. And George Munsey comes to the crease, so A big confidence booster for Nisarg Patel. He's really struggled with the ball. Didn't take any wickets in Trinidad during the Super 50 tour. His first wicket here in the UAE. He was quite effective in Florida in September during the Tri-Series. And he got some big wickets in that series as well. He got Asad Vala out twice, the Papua New Guinea captain, in a couple of scenarios that really shifted the momentum towards USA in the field, dislodging the whale, not a barramundi, a Papua New Guinean whale, Asad Vala. And here again, another big fish reeled in by Nisarg. He's got a knack for getting those top-class batsmen at the speed and the pacey bowls that does present a challenge at this level. And now USA right back in the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. Scotland 153 for 4 then. George Munsey, the new man in, facing his first ball. It's patted into the offside.
I've got my eye on backward point Netravalkar, who's, again, not USA's best fielder. He's more of a short third man. If Munsey is eyeing up that reverse sweep option to a spinner, he'd be playing it against the turn, but not the best fielder in that position, and nobody on the boundary for protection, so the reverse sweep is there for Munsey if he wants it.
Excellent piece of fielding. Kenjigi in there.
The king of the desert, Barney!
Superb piece of fielding to keep that pressure on and not allow Munsey to get off the mark. You see here is pushed firmly. Kenjigi did very well. So 153 for 4 then, Scotland.
And a hello to Pradeep and Shruta, his mom and dad, watching in Karnataka on the coffee plantation. Hope the harvest is going well.
Netravalkar has taken himself off with 1 over left in the tank for the USA captain. Rusty Tehran will re-enter the attack. Callum McLeod on strike on 45 not out. USA will be desperate to take his wicket. A slower ball from Rusty Tehran. It's worked out to the offside for 1 by Callum McLeod. Scotland still just about in front, would you say at this stage, Peter?
It's almost a carbon copy to the match in Sharjah. As long as Callum McLeod is at the crease, you feel like Scotland are favourites. Very manageable run rate at this stage of the match. If you consider where USA was after 33 overs, USA 141 for 5. So Scotland well ahead of that rate, both in terms of wickets and runs, in spite of the poor power play they had. Again, that 18-run over against Stevenson corrected that power play deficit that they had. And ever since then, I feel like they've been in front. But Munsey, in stark contrast to how he gets going early and quickly in T20 cricket, taking his time to get settled here. The only other thing to keep in mind for Scotland today is arguably they are playing with one batsman less in their lineup, which also could tilt things in USA's favor if McLeod can't kick on from here. Brought Josh Davey into the lineup for Dylan Budge today, so Davey is expected to come in next at number 7. Safyan Sharif, Mark Watt, they can all bat, but they're not what you would classify as genuine all-rounders.
Short and through to the keeper, and it's been wided. It didn't come from square leg though, it came from the standing umpire.
They were spoiled for choice there, Barney. I think it would have qualified on either one, but standing umpire didn't wait for his partner to give a signal. So on the line, well outside off stump. Another bonus run. There's one area where USA really has to draw a circle around in terms of an area of improvement on the bowling side. In this match in particular, it's the extras. Far, far too many extras they've conceded today. There was the 5 wides from Stevenson that went over Monarch with the 4 byes that were conceded on one occasion. There's a no ball as well from Nietzsche Volker. By my count, 19 extras USA's bowlers have conceded in this innings, so not ideal.
It's cut very well by Callum McLeod through point. Pick up 2. Yeah, 19 extras in 34 overs. So that's too many for the US. Coming into the business end of this game now. Nisai Patel continues. McLeod on 49. McLeod still on 49. Can't quite get up the other end. He does so now, pushes into the offside to bring up his half century. Back-to-back half centuries for Callum McLeod against the USA now, following up his 86 in that defeat to the US Sharjah a few days ago. Be hoping that he can lead his side to victory now. It's been another fine knock.
Now the umpire is having a word with Sorb Nechavalkar as McLeod shakes hands with Muncy. I think again it's about bouncing the ball in, trying to scuff it up to help out the death bowlers. Thing about Cal McLeod, you look at his average and you say, if you were only looking at that, it's quite modest. But in the second phase of his career, in the last 3-4 years, once he gets set, he makes big scores. And really, if you look at the average over his last 3 to 4 years, it's much bigger than his entire career average, especially when he went through a phase at the 2015 World Cup where he was really struggling for runs. Came back from that tournament in Australia and New Zealand, really rededicated himself, corrected some technical deficiencies with his footwork, rebuilt his confidence around that sweep shot, and now he's one of the most dangerous and consistent batsmen in associate cricket.
Rusty Tehran continues. Into his 7th over now. As Peter rightly notes, Callum McLeod is one of the finest players in associate cricket, showing exactly why here today. Moving on to 51 now, as he brings George Munsey onto strike. A big thank you to Peter for joining us on commentary, fitting it into the 30 other jobs he's doing on the ground here. Rusty Tehran with another very well-directed bouncer. And he takes the glove of George Munsey, but lands safely to Scotland left-hander. picks up a single. Tehran's looked very quick with his short balls today. And he bowls them at will. It's featured heavily in Tehran's arsenal today. Scotland 164 for 4 from 36. 14 overs left. Need 82 for victory. Joined once again by Paul Radley from the National here in the UAE. Hello, Paul. Good afternoon.
Hi, Bonnie. Yeah, well, yeah, thanks for that. That's not what I'm saying. It's been a long day.
Always good to start off commentary by saying, I don't know what I'm saying.
Lovely shot.
Munsey drives through cover. Lovely piece of timing. Have his first boundary. It's a nice welcome to the crease for you.
Must say, it's quite a nicely poised game, isn't it?
Yeah, it very much is.
I think, as we mentioned earlier on, it's Scotland made a slow start in terms of the run scoring, not necessarily in terms of wickets to this innings. It was felt they could make up for that easily enough with the engine room that they have in the middle order. So far proven to be the case, but I still think it's delicately poised if they lose one, and certainly if they lost both of these guys in the next little while, then USA would be right in the game.
Yeah, the last time these two sides met, as long as Callum McLeod was at the crease, Scotland looked like they'd be coasting to victory. You feel if the US can nip him out fairly soon, they'll be very much in this game. McLeod's batted superbly throughout, Paul.
He's just done exactly what's been required so far. I think, as we've said with Aaron Jones, I remember saying in the first game, if Callum McLeod's still here at the end, Scotland win this game.
Munsey drives again, the second time in this over, beats extra cover, and it races away for another 4. Looks like Munsey's finding his feet here. This side Patel just giving him too much width. It's there to be hit.
It's a check drive that really still makes it to the boundary. Shows how powerful Munsey is. Probably the shortest part of the boundary, that.
We saw Munsey.
Knock your ring
Dom Jolly behind us, I think.
Cricket. It's rubbish. Which it's not, of course.
We saw Munsey come in for a little bit of criticism during the T10 from his captain Darren Sammy.
Yeah, your mate Darren Sammy.
Quite surprised by that.
He was pretty expressive, Sammy, with his disappointment. I suppose those games, if you do get behind the rate, then they're completely gone immediately because they're so fast, T10 matches. So, yeah, it was unusual that you'd see such visible frustration from Sammy, especially with a guy, Munsey, who probably wasn't, you know, he's not a star of the world game as yet. So, might not have been particularly confident. And to see that from captain, obviously, of such great experience and such great renown. What a lovely shot. Oh, I thought it was going a bit finer than that. Yeah, it was a surprise. Obviously, you know Sammy quite well as well, Barney. What did you make of that?
I was very surprised as well. You don't normally see Darren do speak out about his players like that, especially, as you said, someone like Munsey who's
finding his way, I think, fair to say.
absolutely
At this level.
And he also criticised Munsey for his shot selection and for his sweeps and his reverse sweeps, which, for anyone that's watched Munsey perform so excellently over the last year and a half, especially in T20 cricket, it's been the hallmark of his game, is the sweeps.
Reverse sweeps in particular, yeah. I wonder if Sammy felt it had maybe become that Munsey was sort of believing his own hype on that shot and he could do anything with that shot when it wasn't necessarily the percentage play at that moment in time. Wonder if that was maybe a lesson for Munsey, or Sammy was being particularly harsh.
Oh, and a confusion here, and with a direct hit, McLeod would have been gone. Kenjigi's such a good fielder. Attacking the ball, miscommunication from Scotland batsman. And McLeod, you can see, is high and dry. Kenjigi can't hit the stumps.
Just had a little think as he picked it up and a little stutter into his aim, whereas you think if he'd have perhaps just had a shy straight away, he might have been better for it.
That could have been a key moment in this run chase. If they run out Callum McLeod there, the USA probably nudge themselves maybe slightly ahead. It's a fascinating contest, though, that's unravelling here at the ICC Academy in Dubai.
Stevens has gone for a few. His figure certainly in terms of the runs, 251 off, just coming up for the end of his 7th over. He has gone for a few, but I felt like he's looked like a threat all the way through personally.
Absolutely, and shown by the 2 wickets that he's picked up in the process. And he's bowled some very good Yorkers. USA Quicks, Rusty Turon and Cameron Stevenson in particular, bowl very short, like to hit the pitch. Do you think they've been too short at times here, or do you think they've used the bouncer well?
I think the fact that we've been talking about it a lot suggests that they have used it a lot. Perhaps, yeah, you're right, they might be moving into the regions of having overused it a little bit, especially if you look at how Netravalka's done. Obviously, totally different pace and different type bowler, but he's used his very sparingly, and in actual fact, his bouncers have looked quite threatening. So if it's a shock ball, it can have a greater effect than using it a couple of times and over. Perhaps haven't been quite that frequent, but it's felt like they've bowled a lot of them.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a few wides over head height as well. If you miss the mark by just a fraction, the umpires will be on you. Ian Holland coming back into the attack. He won't bowl too many short ones, especially if Monak Patel up to the stumps, to the medium pacer. They bowl very straight and very full, wicket to wicket. He'll make Scotland play.
Elmer Hodgson on field.
Yeah, Big Ellie. A firm favourite of mine. Very good from USA here. And Ian Holland. It's 1 run from his first 4 deliveries of this over. For those that have been following the stream throughout today, I can assure you that the game behind us hasn't relented. Still very vocal. Sounds like a good game over there. Paul?
Not long left in it. Arab Tech going to get beaten, I'm sure. Crunching cover drive.
Munsey's done that 3 times now in quick succession. Superb through extra cover. We talked about his sweeping ability. He's showcasing how good he is through extra cover now. Just gave him too much width on that occasion. Ian Holland. Something very noticeable about Scotland. They latch on to anything that's over pitched or too short. They put away the bad ball more times than they don't. End of that 39th over then, 180 for 4 Scotland. He's 66 to win from 11 overs. Got a grandstand finish set up here. Paul? Be a tense one. Cameron Stevenson continues, and he's cut backward of point by Callum MacLeod. Very well placed. And races away for 4. Again, anything loose, Scotland are punishing it.
Stevenson's probably leaked a few runs down in that area. Probably testament to his extra pace, actually. It's difficult to defend that part of the boundary. It's shortest part of the ground.
It's a very well bowled Yorker, and Stephen Taylor so alert in there. MacLeod would have been gone. Fantastic piece of fielding from Taylor.
Inspector Gadget arms, I'm sure. As we saw from the catch earlier on, we're on a similar angle here. Can't believe the ground he makes up.
Excellent fielding. Again, USA can't throw the stumps down when they need it most. MacLeod could have been run out twice. The game is heating up behind us as well. Absolute scenes just a minute ago. Celebrating a boundary. Yeah, as the game behind us, 2 wickets remaining, 2 runs to win, 3 overs left. It's a cracker over there as well. That's the cameraman to pan over and show us the end of that one. A big appeal for caught down the leg side, and given a long wait from the umpire. But Munsey is finally given caught down the leg side, and he's looking back frustrated at the decision. Took a long time to give it. So we see again here Cameron Stevenson with that short ball that we talked about.
Oh, it looks...
Munsey adjudged to have gloved it down the leg side. Gone for 16. He looked very frustrated. But the USA were mightily confident.
Looked like case for it on the replay there as well. I've gloved it down the leg side.
So we see that again. And it does look like Munsey's initial reaction seems to suggest he has gloved it. So he almost turns to walk off. Chances his arm. But he's given, and Scotland 185 for 5. 2 balls left of this, the 40th over. Sharif is the new man in, and wow, Callum McLeod, 60 not out, 61 to win. His role in this increasingly important now. 3rd wicket for Stevenson, suggested maybe they've bowled too many short balls, but bang on the money with that one. Yes, loud cheers just after the Munsey wicket, but it wasn't from USA fans, it was from the game behind us, which is just finished. Cloud tucks it into the offside. End of the 40th over. Scotland 187 for 5. They need 59 to win from 10 overs remaining. See the scorecard there for Scotland. So Callum McLeod holds the key now. 61 from 72. Joined by Sharif. Joshua Davey can certainly bat. Mark Watts no mug. But Callum McLeod is the key.
Bowling figures for USA. Interesting to see who's got what left. Netravalkar 1 over still left. Rusty Theron 3 of the last 10 to go. So really well poised game of cricket this is.
Yeah, Stevenson has 2 as well. Ian Holland continuing. This is the start of Holland's 7th over. It's that slower ball he bowls out the back of his hand. Oh, and now Callum McLeod. It's been coming. Twice he could have been run out previously had the USA thrown the stumps down for direct hit. And this time, confusion again from the two batsmen. Poor piece of running. And McLeod so well set. Didn't want the run, reluctantly then sets off. And he's nowhere to be seen. Well, the USA now, they nudged themselves in front. Callum McLeod was seething with himself, having thrown it away. It's so similar to what happened in Sharjah. We see that run out once again. It's poor, this, wasn't it, Paul?
It just, as you said, Barney, really got the feeling this had been coming. Pressure only increased with Munsey's dismissal. There had already been some messy running between the wickets before that, so I just wonder if you think that might be the death knell, Barney, for Scotland's chances.
Yes. Change of complexion once again of this game. Joshua Davies, the new man at the crease, and all of a sudden two new batsmen in, and Munsey and McLeod looked to be coasting. Before that, McLeod and Berrington. All of a sudden, Scotland 188 for 6. Must say, this USA side throughout these matches have been amazing for their persistence and the way they've stayed in games, both with the bat when they've had to rebuild and then with the ball as well.
How they've handled the pressure moments like this has been remarkable to see, really, for a side that's, I think, fair to say, inexperienced at this level.
Yeah, still very much in its infancy, really, as a ODI side.
If you didn't know that and you're looking at this game, you'd have thought they were the leading side, or the side that's best thought of this level of the game. It's remarkable how well they've been handling those sort of moments like that.
Yeah, it's excellent. And in these tri-series, so often you see these spells in matches, whoever can hold their nerve the longest and remain in the game, they go on and be successful. And USA won the first 3, and they're now well set to make it 4 from 4. Davey tucks it down the ground. It's Cameron Stevenson bowling his 9th over. Would you back the US to hold on from here?
I think you'd have to say they're in a box seat, aren't they, really? Big turnaround, those two huge wickets, Munsey and McLeod, so quickly in quick succession.
Suddenly that required run rate has leapt up above 6. It's been hovering about 5.5 for quite a long time, 5.4. And now you see it's gone up to 6.4, 6.5. What a difference those wickets have made.
Yep, two new batsmen at the crease. You'd have thought they struggled to find their timing. Risking another bouncer.
It's a very good bouncer from Cameron Stevenson. It's quick.
Do you need to risk that at this stage, Barney? So batsman could have a flap at it and top edge it away, and six for the batting team will get them right back in the game.
Yeah, fine legs, quite square. We've seen a couple fly over the third man region for 6 already. As it is, a great over so far from Cameron Stevenson, gone for just 2. You see that required run rate climbing with every dot ball.
Superb over the United States.
Yeah, 8 overs remaining then. 55 required for Scotland, 4 wickets for the US. Or just keep them under 55. And where that raucous game of cricket's finished, behind the camera that is giving you those images, a few more interested fans wandered over. It's nice for the end of this game.
A few people probably have quite a good view from those apartments over the other side, near your house, Barney.
Ian Holland continues. Bowling his 8th over. He's gone for just 22 from 7 so far.
It's a really good hand, I think. Very important, because it was important that the change bowlers after the first 3, Netravalka, Stevenson and Theron, really needed to pull their weight, and that's exactly what Ian Holland's done. No wicket, but just gone for 22 off 7.1 so far. Just what USA needed.
Strangled appeal. Possibly 2 noises. Yeah, and Holland's bowled those overs when he's had Berrington and McLeod and Munsey. He's done well to restrict their run scoring, frustrate them.
Yeah,
and cause some of that panic for the run out.
Exactly.
It's very good. And you see with Holland, especially with Monak Patel up to the stumps, can build that pressure. Just bowling full and straight. Not giving Josh Davey an inch. Superb bowling from Ian Holland. Scotland all of a sudden look a bit short on ideas since those wickets, Paul.
A bit panicked, I'd say. Every, like you pointed out, every dot ball makes that run rate climb. Pressure just builds. Holland's giving them nothing to hit, so there's no pressure release by getting the ball to the boundary.
If he can finish off strongly here, it'd be a superb over. See there from Holland. Going under 3 at this stage of the game against set batsmen earlier as well. Superb.
You have to get him to sign your Hampshire hat afterwards, Barney. I think that qualifies as a good finish.
Very much so. What an over that is. Holland's just gone for 2. Now from his 8 overs, he's gone for 23. Fine spell of bowling this from Ian Holland. Scotland 193 for 6. 43 overs. 7 to go. See Sharif at the crease on 3. He's there with Davey, also on 3. See these two struggled against Stevenson and Holland not been given an inch. And that required run rate that we've mentioned, now up to 7.57. It's remarkable in the last couple of overs how that's leapt.
New batsman starting again.
It's a wide down the leg side. It's one thing that Peter Telepenna was touching upon earlier. Been a large amount of extras from the US today. It's one thing they'll be disappointed about if they don't go on to win this.
Important over coming up for Stevenson. Started well, but it's been a threat all the way through. He'll finish off his spell.
That's full toss on the legs and tucked away beautifully from Josh Davey. A poor start to this over from Stevenson. You see, full toss on the legs. They're saying how they haven't given Scotland an inch, but they did there.
Just what Josh Davey wanted. Struggling to keep up with the rate, and then gets a perfect delivery to put away, which he does brilliantly.
Slower ball Yorker as well, bowled in the end. Thought it was going to be another full toss for a moment. And Rusty Tehran's come to backward square now, where that ball had gone through previously. Potential to be a big over for Scotland here. Possibly an important one. 6 runs already from 2 balls, courtesy of that wide at the start. Another very good bouncer. No, it's been called a wide.
Side.
There's a down the leg side. It looked... At first thought it was a very good bouncer.
Probably just about justified. Stevenson doesn't think so.
Probably just down the leg side, wasn't it? It's very close. Not ideal.
He's got to get his head back in the game here. He's very upset by that decision.
That wide actually brought up 200 for Scotland. .46 from 39 balls. Certainly well within their reach. Stevenson's responded well here. Here at ICC Academy, hasn't it, Paul? Lovely weather, lots going on. Kids cricket, some other games.
Nice atmosphere up here. Risking it again. He's not happy, is he?
Well,
Last ball of his spell. Finish off well.
Do you think he'll go for a bouncer again? Run the risk?
Would like to see him get wided down the leg side.
He does go for the bouncer.
So offside that time. He has been hit for 6 bowling that, but he's done now.
Sharif looking to uppercut it. If he got anything on that, that would have flown away.
Yeah. Done though, Stevenson. 3 for 67 off his 10.
Hey, he's ended up the most expensive bowler He's taken 3 important wickets. Scotland 200 for 6 then, 46 required from 36 balls. This is going to go to the wire, isn't it?
It's a good game. No wonder the people from the neighbouring field have stayed on to watch the last rites of this game.
Ian Holland, who's been so superb. Oh,
Was that Nick? Nope.
it looks like it was a faint edge from the reaction of Monak Patel, the keeper, and also the fielders around just behind the bat.
Difficult to tell from that.
Another great start from Ian Holland, though. That'll just be one.
One leg by, nothing on Holland's figures.
It really has been an exceptional spell of bowling, hasn't it, from Ian Holland?
I think you pointed out his slower balls, I think, quite important. The batsman has struggled to find any rhythm against him.
He bowls it very well out the back of the hand. It's not an easy skill to control that out the back of the hand. And even when he does that, he's right on the money. Wicket to wicket, keeping the batsman honest. God, did well to stop that in the end. It's Elmore Hutchinson at short fine leg.
It gets hurting by the looks of things.
It does. Clipped off the legs.
You can always tell someone's hurt when they get hit on the hand like that or the arm and they limp away. It shows how much pain they're in.
It's the first time in a while we've seen Holland really stray from his line. Nearly got punished. Back on it, next ball. Fantastic take as well from Monak Patel up at the stumps. Excellent work this from the US. Really grafting here. Going down the leg side, you'd imagine. Ian Holland, another fantastic over. 2 runs off the bat, 2 leg byes as well. I think it's 9 overs, he's gone for 25 now. Yeah, going down the leg side. It's 42 required from 5 overs. And again, that required run rate now at 8.4. Scotland in need of something big from these two.
Rusty Theron back into the attack by the looks of things. So these two batsmen have so they've been struggling to get the ball away. You're going to have a little bit of pace to work with still.
Yeah, and worth noting the men out now. Long on, square leg, fine leg, third man, and point, all on the boundary. Men inside the circle at mid-off, mid-wicket, extra cover, and a very backward point. Such a big outfield. There is room to score. Plenty of gaps.
Score. Third man, fine leg. I think good scoring area. So if Theron's not going to bowl, not going to take much pace off it.
That's exactly what Paul's mentioning. That run down to third man, because Theron will hit the pitch. He won't be too full. Definitely opportunity to score behind square, especially if you can beat that man at backward point. Be some reward there, you'd think, either side of him. very good bouncer. Seemed to catch Davey by surprise a little.
It hit him on the head.
He's top edged it into his helmet, has he? Shouts of catch it. Monak Patel couldn't get round. They ran 2 in the end. Because he's been hit on the head, we'll have a physio come on and have a look at him, I think. It's part of procedure. No, they ran halfway on and halfway back.
The umpire should be insisting here.
Thought he was initially.
Is he not? Oh, I'm not sure about this.
Thought he, after being hit on the head, you had to have someone come on and go through a concussion procedure. The umpire seemed to beckon them on, but then stopped.
Don't think the batsman should be unilaterally making that decision. It's got it away fine.
It's very fine, but Elmer Hutchinson gets round
as well.
Very well. It's 2. It stops an important boundary though. It looked like he got very fine on the inside of Elmer Hutchinson.
Elmer Hutchinson's struggling a bit. Still got a limp on from that hand injury he got in the last over. Did just the job there though for his team. Excellent to see. It's just what you want to see from your teammates. Elmer Hutchinson not in the 11, putting it in for his team.
Rusty Theron always seems like he's not quite got his run up right when he comes into bowl.
Yeah.
He ends up almost racing to get to the popping crease. Lots of short shuffles. Cricket probably still has a little way to go when it comes to concussion procedures.
Yeah, maybe that was a glancing blow or whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's important that he's checked out.
And as we were saying earlier about whether you can beat backward point. And Sharif does that time, picks up another 2. It's a productive over this so far, been very efficient.
All 8 runs in this over come behind square.
It's exactly what we were saying about Rusty Theron. Doesn't really take the pace off the ball. Ball short or back of a length. Maybe time for a change of tact. There, he does bowl the slower ball. Monak Patel sloppy in collecting it.
A bit of running repairs to. I think Rusty Theron had some issues with his where his foot was landing in that over. I think that's what the groundsman's coming on for now.
Bit of sawdust. I think you're exactly right, Paul. So Scotland, 213 for 6, 4 overs remaining, need 33 for victory. Who are you backing now, Paul?
Wow. Thought it was USA's game, but 33 from 4 in the modern age is doable. What do you reckon?
I think you're right. There's a little bit of a loose over there. Netravalka still has 1, Rusty Theron 2, Ian Holland. The bowl is last now. Still Kenjigi and Patel. If you want to bowl some spinners at the death, might be a bit of a gamble.
They get all their overs out of Theron, Holland and Netravalka.
Holland again starting with a dot.
I think you'll have him to finish now from this end. Netravalka Next one from this end, and then 2 from Theron at the other. Really well poised game this is.
Yes. Going to be a tense finish here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. Tucked in the leg side. Probably could have got 2 there, couldn't they? It's a good bit of fielding from Aaron Jones, who runs off hobbling.
Crikey.
The US obviously lost Kareem Agor to a hamstring injury when these two sides met previously. Actually, Homraj has gone off with a hand injury as a wicketkeeper. Aaron Jones now hobbling. Elmore Hutchinson too. Oh, it goes over, long on. Excellent shot. Goes all the way. Firm strike that down the ground from Josh Davey. Ian Holland over pitches and he's punished. It's that slower ball again, and what a clean strike that is from Joshua Davey. It's a fantastic shot that, wasn't it, Paul?
Playing quite an important hand here at the moment, Josh Davey. Very valuable 6 in the middle of that spell there.
Yeah, 21 from 21. Playing a very, as you said, very important hand here for Scotland in this run chase. Oh, it's got backwards of square. There's no one out there. And Sharif in on the act this time. He picks up 4. Holland, who's been so economical throughout, all of a sudden, he's gone for 12 already in this over.
All of a sudden, Scotland are ahead of the game. Put that away very well. Big gap back there.
It's remarkable how these games so far in this tri-series have the pendulum swung drastically at so many different turns. Been great to watch. Holland finishes well with that final ball. He's gone for 12 in that over, and all of a sudden 37 he's gone for after his 10. And 21 from 3, 7 and over. Scotland in the box seat again now, aren't they?
The USA's outstanding bowler next end. I think US.
Yeah, big over here, Rusty Turan. Scotland will feel like they can target Rusty Turan. And especially if Netravalka bowling will be the penultimate over. I feel like they might have to capitalise on Rusty Turan here. Paul, make a bit of a play.
Yeah, they've got the pace to work with. I think he needs to take a bit of pace off, or get those Yorkers in and really target the stumps.
And he starts with a wide.
On.
You do wonder if he's going to continue to bowl back of a length, whether there's a need for the mid-on the boundary.
Yeah.
He has that mid-on. Why is he not going a bit fuller and trying to hit some Yorkers?
Yeah. Yorkers has got to be the way. Target that bottom of middle and off.
Still goes back for length. Oh.
I think that's easy enough for the batsman to play that. I think he's got to revise his thinking, get it fuller, right in the block hole.
I've asked this question a couple of times, whether they have a plan B when it comes to Rusty Turan and Cameron Stevenson. Persistent with its back for length and short pitch bowling. They don't seem to be able to switch it up. Something that you see Netravalka do so well, and Ian Holland as well. Capable of shifting gear a little bit. These seem a bit a bit flat, a bit one-dimensional maybe. Again, that same length, pulled into the leg side this time, B2, very well run. Easy in the end, comfortable too.
I think from an experienced quick bowler like this, United States might have been hoping for more. They'd been easy enough to play, those 2 balls that have been sent down on a wide first ball. Just helping Scotland really. What's he got here? How can he respond?
This time it is Fuller. He gets a dot ball. You see what Sharif's doing there, and Scotland batsmen to this point be able to just sit in their crease, allow the ball to come onto them, to pull or dab. (17 from 15 balls). USA in need of a wicket. Sharif on strike, 14 not out. Josh Davey at the other end on 22. Partnership worth 41 now. And it's exactly what we've been talking about. Short and wide. And Sharif can just sit in his crease, free his hands, goes over, backward point. It's quite an easy 4 in the end.
Easy. Just feeding exactly where he would have wanted it, I'd have thought.
It's been a poor finish this from Rusty Tehran. I think he's been so predictable. You see this one, the width, and Sharif he puts it away superbly. Goes over backward point.
It's quite a low risk shot though, isn't it, really?
And now they're bringing third man up and putting mid-wicket out. What's the thinking here? He can't be in that same area again. There's no protection whatsoever now.
This is baffling.
If he bowls that back of a length again, Sharif could easily run it down for 4 behind square on the offside. See how Rusty Tehran goes. It's tucked into the leg side by Sharif. Excellent piece of running. They pick up 2 by just dabbing it into the leg side. Superb from Scotland here. And 11 from 13. This partnership worth 47. Excellent from these 2.
We thought the game had gone, didn't we, when the mainstays of the middle order departed in quick succession, but these 2 have done brilliantly.
And it's wided as well. Rusty Tehran having...
I cannot see the thinking behind that at all. With the field up there, easy for an uppercut.
If he got anything on that, there's no protection out there where third man's been brought up into the circle. And he's wided in the end as well. That's what we're saying about... They've just been route one a little with their tactics. And this time, run down through third man. And it races away for 4. It's been so predictable. It's inevitable this was going to happen. With that field, Rusty Tehran just not bowling to it at all.
Exactly where you'd want it. Play that shot. Nobody back down there.
I must say, that was a very poor over from Rusty Tehran in the end. Just not bowling to any sort of plan, not being able to change his plan either.
Thinking that was the issue. Bring your fielders up from third man when most of the runs have been scored through there. and just feed it. Remarkable. Good
So
one for Netravalka to win from here.
Yeah, well, US, we've been full of praise for this US bowling attack and the way they've gone about their business. It just seemed like a bit of madness from captain bowler in terms of their plans in that over, or the lack of the plans. And now all of a sudden Scotland need just 6 from 2 overs. USA captain Saurabh Netravalka, who's been exemplary throughout this series. Over to you, son. Can he drag his side back into this game? His final over, the penultimate of this match. Excellent start. Surely shows the value in
Yorker length, yep.
Do you think it was Rusty Theron or Netravalka who was behind that master plan in that last over?
Well, we won't know unless they tell us after, but it, yeah, well, the field had been set, so the balls that were sent down were the wrong ones. So whether it was in the planning or the execution, either way, it messed it up.
Pushed in the offside. Scotland just easing their way along now. Just 4 for victory. Stunning performance from these two. Partnership worth 54 for the 7th wicket. Joshua Davey 23 from 23. Sharif 25 from 27 suddenly after that last over. Excellent from these two.
7 extras within their stand, though, sort of tells a tale.
Chip down the ground. Should be 2. Comfortably 2. Scotland easing to victory here. Netravalka beckons his fielders in. With just 2 runs required for a Scotland victory. They're first in this tri-series here in the UAE. 1 game still to play tomorrow. Be the host UAE versus Scotland. Those two sharing a point apiece after their game in Sharjah was washed out. Scotland will see that as a perfect opportunity to close the gap even further on the USA at the top of ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. For now, Davey on strike. 2 runs needed for victory. Netravalka, the bowler. And hit straight. Just the 1. Thought for a minute they might have pushed for a second. No rush though at this stage. Disappointed how they've ended up here?
They should be. They definitely would be. They've had a great tour and a great series. But this will leave them with a little bit of a bitter aftertaste, I'd have thought.
So Sharif on strike, 1 to win. Tucks into leg side, confusion, but they get through. And Scotland seal a 4-wicket victory over the United States, thanks to this fantastic 7th wicket partnership worth 58 between Sharif and Davey. Excellent chase by Scotland. So to get their first win of this tri-series here in the UAE. USA were in such a good position towards the end to go on and secure victory. But they've come up short, courtesy of that fine partnership at the death between Sharif and Davey. They've been exceptional in seeing their side over the line. And Scotland, with that victory, now move within 3 points of the US, who are top of ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. They have 12 points, Scotland 9, and then Namibia, Oman on 6 apiece, UAE on 1, PNG without a point from 8 games, and Nepal yet to feature in this competition. Fantastic win for Scotland. 4-wicket victory in a thrilling affair here at ICC Academy in Dubai. Fantastic performance from Scotland. Chasing 246 for victory. They do so 7 balls to spare. If you look through that scorecard, Cross and Kurtzer really battled hard to see off those early overs as the ball was moving from Netravalka. Michael Jones made a breezy 24 as well. And Callum McLeod, excellent, with 62 from 73. Richie Berrington was very good in the middle order as well, 36 from 43. Munsey looked good before he fell, and then Sharif, 26 from 28. And Joshua Davey, 26 from 25, seeing their side home. USA, you see their bowling figures there. Netravalka again was very economical, 1 for 31 from 9.5. Cameron Stevenson picked up 3 wickets, but was fairly expensive, going for 67. Nisarg Patel, 1 for 41 from his 7 as well. I feel like Rusty Tehran especially will be disappointed with how he finished up that 48th over. Just not bowling to their plans at all, and not executing to their plans. Here's how things look in this tri-series with 1 game to play tomorrow between Scotland and UAE. See USA, they end this tour with 3 wins and a loss from their 4 games. They are still 3 points clear of Scotland in this tri-series, and also at the top of the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. UAE with just a 1 point, as we mentioned, from that washout in Sharjah. They'll be back tomorrow against Scotland, same time at 10 a.m. here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. You see big overs towards the end there from Scotland. That Rusty Tehran over, especially the 48th, going for 15. And Scotland seeing themselves home, 4 wickets to spare. We'll be back again 10 a.m. local time here at ICC Academy. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see you then the same time tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have another wonderful game of cricket such as this one today, as Scotland seal victory by 4 wickets over the USA.